to understand that beyond the standardized competencies that each region has according to the law, then we at the Ministry will have the duty of helping coordinate and to act in those sites, archaeological sites, that are to be directly managed by us, because they belong to the state and they're our responsibility, and there's quite a few of those sites. From Altamira, which is unquestionable, obviously, to a small site, which in the last technical revisions of the regulations, we all have understood that belongs to the Ministry of Culture. I'm talking about El Baturro, the region of Murcia was giving us that site that we all thought had been now transferred, this management has been transferred to us. So the knowledge has also changed, considering all the archaeological maps and all of the regulations and all of the rules that had not been clear enough. We didn't know who the responsible party was. But for us, in the ministry, regardless of who is ultimately responsible, of who is the owner, what has changed, because what has changed is the fact that we now have to have this complementary task of support and coordination. So this NAP will not be mandatory legal instrument, but rather it will be a tool to help and collaborate with all of the regions, with all of the administrations who have competencies in archaeology, to try and find procedures, organized procedures, protocols, to demand that the profession is correctly considered in the regulations and the rules. I'm talking about the Treasury, Social Security, and so on, and the external projection and the work as well. And I'm talking about archaeological institutes and projects with the CSIC, for instance. That is obviously basic in our work, because we have to work in a coordinated manner, and with the universities. So the plan has allowed for the different stakeholders to sit round the table together and work together on a monthly basis, and to provide their approach and their criteria to the different versions of our plan. Obviously, we have been inspired by very specific cases in different fields in this plan that has 8 fundamental points. Some of them could be cross-cutting because they do touch all of the elements, and we have dared, thanks especially to CSIC, its university, as well as the Archaeologists Association or College. So we wanted to have a version of the archaeology and the archaeological heritage that is clearer, so that we're more inclusive. So lots have changed in that sense. And there is something that I do not agree with, that you were mentioning at the beginning, because you were saying because that article said certain things. We, at least from the Ministry of Culture, and at least when that was published, I was the General Director. I can assure you that we demanded that those who led the digs would have the right training and the right degrees. We would never stop demanding that expertise and that those degrees were something as important as being the guarantor of the methodology to be applied, as well as the prior and post-analysis of the situation. And in the preventive archaeological studies, and we needed to be proactive, because we had to make sure that that was the case in rescue archaeology, because we would otherwise not have been able to direct any digs. Yes, thank you. The main changes, yes, is the coordination between the administrations from my point of view, and the homogenization of procedures. We talked about that in Vitoria almost a year ago, when Marta Arcos presented us with the general lines of the plan. As for the fact that the ministry demands Well, in 2011, it did not have as many competencies as it does now, because now it has taken back the competencies or its jurisdiction where they had not previously. Now, as for the rest of colleagues around the table, I think they all have participated somehow in the meetings for the plans coordination, for the national plans coordination. I would like to know your opinion about what has changed and what this national plan is going to change professional archaeologists' lives. I will start with Gustavo. Yes. Okay, then we'll start with Pablo. We'll go from that side to this one. Well, first of all, I'd like, just as I did yesterday, want to thank you all. I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you for inviting me. So thank you. I did it yesterday, but I want to do it again. So I consider that apart from that productive improvement and the dialogue and communication between the different regions in the state, which I believe is just that exchange of opinions in the Commission is something that is quite enriching. And I have to say that since I have been lucky to participate, well, I don't know if I've been lucky or unlucky of participating in the Andalusian law as well as the national plan in the title of archaeology as well as museum entities. I think that in museum entities we're also going to change things quite a bit. The model is going to change, and quite interestingly so. I think that what has changed, to summarize the situation, is a greater awareness by the administration. I'm going to talk about the positive notes because I was a bit more negative yesterday, but today I decided to be positive. So yes, I think that there has been a greater awareness from within and without of the need, we said that yesterday, today, of defining correctly both the administrative profiles. I'm talking about the different positions and what is needed for us to be archaeologists. We're talking about museums. I'm talking about the body of archaeologists that has been created in Andalusia. So this internal need that is also projected towards the outside. And I think that that awareness that has always existed, I would say that the positive side is that what has changed is that it seems that finally the laws are being passed and the administrations are moving along the path, because when you're on this side you also understand that there are certain limitations, and some of these limitations are not really state limitations but regional limitations. But I do think that at least we now have an active listening process, and we are considering the changes that the profession requires from within and without, and I will not take more of your time. Okay, thank you very much, Pablo. Yes, I've always said that the time I worked for the administration allowed me to better understand why things are the way they are and why they're so difficult. I mean, why it's so difficult to push things forward. And I think that this double perspective that we all have, because we have worked both in the private and the public sectors, does allow us to have a larger vision and to have a greater empathy, as you said yesterday, with the technician when we're outside and with the citizen when we're inside. Patricia? Well, thank you. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting Castilla-La Mancha, not me, but Castilla-La Mancha in this panel. I think that the National Archaeological Plan, which is the first question that you were asking, has been basic, but not just because of the contents and because we all are talking about the same thing, but rather because of the work method. I think that the work method was perfect, and it is the one that is being implemented in all of the meetings by the ministry. At least in the last meetings I was present in, they have been working with work groups. So we cannot have a national plan with a round table made up of 30 people, because we would just be just fighting, would be stealing the microphone from one another, and we would not make any progress. But these work groups, and I have participated in 2 of them, that are much more, that are reduced and that can be fun when intervening. And sometimes there are great differences amongst the members of the work group, but all of the regions have have put on the table all of the protocols, all of the action protocols that we had in the field of archaeology, and it was something that we did not talk about amongst us. And you had to suffer because when you worked in a region, you were being asked things that were completely different to what was being asked in a different region. So that is a bit messy. And this archaeology action plan for the regions has been interesting because it has allowed us to see how they work in other regions, and we can learn from them and they can learn from us. That is in general with the national plan. I think I said it very often. It's been a lot of work. We have all made a lot of effort, and I think that it'd be good if it is passed. But now, I've actually written a short summary because Michel Escalera was asking us what has changed or what has changed since 2011. Well, 7 laws have changed since 2011. The laws have improved. After 5 years, the laws are obsolete. They need improvements and they need to be complemented with other laws. But since 2011, how many have I said? Well, my name is Dory, as you can see, I forget. So 7 laws have changed since 2011, and that I think is a step forward. We have made progress. Others have to change. When the laws have changed, then the regulations have also changed, but that I'm reserving for another question that you prepared for today's panel. So the laws have advanced, the laws have been modernized. What happened in archaeology in 2008 is not what happens in 2018 or in 2025, especially because the sort of works of sites, the amount of sites, the lack of archaeology professionals, it just varies. We are getting old. We archaeology professionals are getting old, and there is we're not being renewed. I am in the jury for civil servants, and I see the same faces year on year and year. So this profession is not being renewed, and I have to say that does have, that is to blame. The university is kind of to blame because of the sort of degrees that are requested, and that is not specified. So I think that the laws need to be modernized, and we need to apply them, and the regulations as well. And then on the other hand, if we go to a lower level, so from the ministry to the regions, and from the regions to Castilla-La Mancha more specifically, I have to say that since 2011 till here, we have multiplied by 3 the technicians dedicated to heritage and archaeology. And especially in the last year, we have managed to have architects for culture, dedicated solely for culture. And I think that architects and archaeologists have to work hand in hand in our sites. And I'm talking about management. Obviously, we know what an architect is, but for management, we need architects. It's a love-hate relationship, but we need them. And we cannot manage Toledo if we do not have architects with us. And we need to have architects that do not stand under the umbrella of education, but rather culture. So there is lots to do still, yes. And are we better off than in 2011? Yes. So I'm an optimist. Thank you, Patricia. So the part of architects, that's something that we will be editing from the video, just in case some architects watch this video. But we're better than 2011, because sometimes it seems that nothing has changed, and that is when we become a bit pessimistic. But yes, it's true that many things have changed, and I think that the perspective of the society has changed with regards to archaeology. I don't know what Isabel thinks about this. Well, I more or less know what she thinks, but I'd rather she said it. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting the region of Madrid. What my colleagues have said, I agree with completely. So I'm going to go quicker about some of the things that haven't been said yet. And about one of the things that my 2 colleagues have said, which is the importance of laws. We are an administration, but the legislation is our battle horse. We cannot avoid fulfilling and abiding by the laws. And if we change the heritage law, that will have an impact on thousands of laws. So when you ask us why, well, that why sometimes has to do with with the fact that we can't work. I'm very proactive, and it seems that I'm defending my profession, but I'm really happy to be an archaeologist, to work in the archaeology and to manage heritage in general, including archaeological heritage, because many things have changed. Are there deficiencies? Obviously, there are deficiencies. Now in Madrid, we will have some open positions for archaeologists and paleontologists, and we had to promote that from the museum and from my department. And not just by creating the curriculum, but fighting so that the person who can be a part of this procedure cannot just be a degree holder. We have really fought for that. I know that that cannot be seen, it cannot be perceived, because it's on the other side of the mirror. Many of us, we have been at the other side of the mirror, and now we're on this side of the mirror. So we see that the work, what we want to do and what we can do is not always the same thing. But in archaeology, and I'm talking about Madrid, you know that this is the jungle, not for any reason really, but because we have 6,800 files in my area in the rescue archaeology department, and many people have left, they have had to retire, they have not passed some of the processes where we have been regularizing employment. So doing all of these files, all of these reports among so little people, it's almost impossible. And then we have to look at the files that are filed, and we see the archaeologists and we see the reports that are sent our way. And when they get here, since we all know each other and we all know what we think, very often I think, oh, thank God this work that is so complicated is going to be done by this company who's going to do great work. And if you don't choose that company that's going to do it great, then I'll have to be on top of things, and it takes so much time and effort because I don't have the capacity either from the technical or inspecting point of view to do some surveillance on that work, but I cannot choose the companies. So the reports that I get, I know before they give them to me, I know which ones are good and which ones are not going to be as good, because I know the trajectories and I know the ones that they have filed previously. But can I do something about it? Not much. I would like, obviously, for some archaeologists to not dig in Madrid until they learned a bit more. Obviously, I would like for that to happen, but I can't do it. But those who dig, and many of the digs that they do, have really exponentially increased scientific research and knowledge. And I think that archaeology, management archaeology, is a fundamental archaeology that has gone over the university. I'm going to try and explain that quickly, because they have changed the processes and procedures, not because the teachers in the university are worse diggers than archaeology companies. It's just because university professors have very limited budgets, 3,000, 12,000 euros, 18,000 euros, and they have systematic dig campaigns in some very specific places, and they have to do them, and they do them very well, but they do not follow works along. They do not follow the railroads or the solar plants. So that is why they don't have to face that as we did at the beginning, and that has changed the archaeological methodology. The campaigns of the Iron Age were not known in Spain. They did not exist until some archaeological companies found them, because they opened huge extensions of terrain, and you know that. So those methodological changes, I think that they have to help us all improve the registration. And on the other hand, because I'm on the other side of the mirror, I also realize that the citizens who are paying our salaries, and we owe it to them, are very interested by the heritage. They're very interested by archaeology, and they're very interested by what we're doing, and they complain quite a lot. So when they complain, I like it less because I have to give them an answer, but I understand that it is also a part that needs to be included in, I mean, it's part of the game. It's not just us, the administration and the archaeologists, the science, and that's it. It's just us, the administration, the archaeologists, the science, and then in other meetings we have to think about the citizenship. What must we have to show them what it is that we do, and we cannot just keep it for the specialists. We have improved the situation quite a bit, that's my opinion, but we have other things to improve as well. So there is much room for improvement.
Gracias.
Gracias, Isabel. Sí, bueno,
Yeah, I was saying that before, how people perceive our work really makes the work of rescue archaeologists different, because it's recognized differently. from other types of archaeology. That is something we are trying to put forward here. And what do you think from Castilla and Leon region? Isabel mentioned it all in a very complete manner. With regard to the national plan, which was the initial question, I think that it will help homogenize the content of the projects and the reports of the archaeological activities. Is it on? Can you hear me? And it will help us establish or set certain minimum requirements, even though it's true that the different regions in Spain have different regulations and some support you more than others, but it does say how the documentation should be presented. And I think that will help the work of the professionals and the work of the technicians working in the different administrations, because it is true that when someone who's self-employed or an archaeologist works in a specific area, even though he's hired somewhere else, you explain to them the regulation, the changes in the regulation, because there are differences. But this plan, I think, will help us. It will help us for that. Because, for instance, Castilla y Leon region limits work in many areas, and it seems that we work in different continents, because you think, well, why don't you look at the regulation? You have to present it in this manner or differently. And I think this plan will be helpful for the professionals, but also for the public authorities. And then when you were talking about the public examinations, in Castilla y Leon we have a group of archaeologists, and in order to work for them you have to be an architect, a paleontologist. And it's also true that then when we talk about the topics or the specific things, if you are an archaeologist and you have worked in rescue archaeology, and if you've worked within the authorities, it's easier, obviously. But in principle, someone who doesn't have that specialty will actually be able to participate in the public examinations. I don't know how they'll work after, but it's what it is. In Castilla y Leon, the latest are from 2021, the latest public examinations. And I think in the previous ones, I mean, we already had the degrees with the specialties and all of that. And I think it was decided that you should have the specialty of archaeology, but with the changes in Spain, etc., this seemed very general. And I haven't thanked you for inviting Castilla y Leon and my region, because the public authorities always think about us, so thank you very much. Sorry, his comments are made of mic. About the qualifications, that is something that we were going to discuss. Obviously, we have no time for many things, but we were quite surprised. I mean, when we work out on the street, we are surprised that maybe people who do not have the qualification is demanding a qualification to those who are going to lead an archaeological site or a dig, even asking for an experience that they don't even have. Maybe we should correct that, but anyway, we do not need legal changes to do that. Maybe we should. How come you demand experience that you don't have? It's a bit strange, especially when there are other people who are going to go through a site and are going to say you have to do this or that. It's a bit strange. Gustavo, what do you think about all of this? First of all, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for thinking about a small region such as ours, isolated in the midst of the north of Spain. Thank you. Thanks to my colleagues, because without them we wouldn't have been able to conclude the plan. Just like Patricia and Pablo, I think we have worked really hard in those working groups, exchanging opinions, exchanging procedures, learning a lot. because, believe it or not, we learn from what happens in other places, even though the background may be very different. But we have, for instance, lots of things, but I've worked enough in Celtiberian. There were all the types of Celtiberians, the one that I have. But I think this collaboration is noticeable. And we've also been able to create personal networks, which I think is also very important. Because in the end, in our face-to-face contact, forget Teams, I think we've advanced a lot. And I think that it's time now to move this forward, also to ask the politicians to start working on this, because we haven't changed any laws. It's not like there's changed 7 laws. So it's true, I can say that we are drafting the new heritage law for the region of Cantabria. We've sent to the Parliament many suggestions, many of them taken from the plan and from things that we want on a daily basis, in order to see whether they accept it or they include it in those texts or not, in the law or not. There's not much more I can say. Let's hope that the plan moves forward and allows us to homogenize and make your work easier, so that whenever someone starts working in a region, they don't need to call up to see how to do it, etc. We have an enabling process. It's like an onboarding process. Every time you're going to work, you have to go through the technical office that they will validate your qualification, and then you can start working. The last time was in November, the latest regulation, and I have 20 people pending work. I need for the politicians to listen to me a bit more. Sorry, Ángeles. And also more colleagues, because it's just 2 of us. In the archaeological center in Cantabria, there's 2 people. I mean, and if I'm not, if I'm not there, I'm not working. I was going to get a mortar from the water today, but I'm here in dry land. Okay, so let's do what we said before. Let's have an open dialogue, and people can also intervene either from down here, from their home. I don't think there's any raised hands online or any questions. No, not yet. And I think our colleague that was going to connect couldn't connect. In line with what you've said, until the National Archaeology Plan is set up, until it is approved, I would like to ask you to what extent the public authorities hinder or enable the work of professional archaeologists, and do you believe rescue archaeology helps? What's most important, to release land, or the work of initiating the work of the civil works? What do you think it's more important in the long annual campaigns? I don't know who would like to talk.
Intervenir. Pues dila.
I have my own opinion, say it then. Yesterday, this topic came up because it's true, and we said that I think that the one of the roundtables we had yesterday was very, very interesting, and it clearly shows, or the problem that I see is that until our regulation is not updated and is not in line with the national plan, it'll be difficult. Also because this is not very straightforward. You know, that every time there's a new text, a new legislation, or when the new plan comes out, there's a lot of internal work with the colleagues of the public authorities and external with other professionals. In fact, yesterday it was demonstrated how until our legislation is updated in line with the master plan, things that the different work groups have been working on is very interesting. For instance, with things that affect professionals, that maybe if it's not well defined, it's a problem, given the responsibilities of expunging. And we keep really receiving problems. So the regulation is top and is the first thing that will define the work of archaeologists within and outside the public authorities. And with regards to the quality of professionalism and how they coexist with rescue archaeology, I would say, and I keep saying this and I'm convinced, in line with what was said before, I mean, please don't hit me when I come out, but I really do think that the rescue archaeology performed in Spain is in general really good. In conditions, as Isabel said, where top class or world class scientific knowledge comes from it. I think many of the sites, many of them have legitimate work doing, and I think that in general the professionals are doing great work with a very adverse legislative framework that leads to poor working conditions. And many times it is said that maybe we haven't done enough, but in general I think we have. I think the legislation really conditions professional development, and that's what we're trying to do, to making sure that this changes within the profession and outside. But I think in general terms, archaeology work is really good, and I'm convinced of that, and I champion that. And sometimes there are incomprehensible situations of very qualified professionals with a long experience finding situations within the public authorities because that are impossible to imagine. Turns out that there's people working sometimes that do not have the qualification, do not have the experience, and do not have the empathy either. I wanted to comment something. You spoke about to what extent the public authorities hinder or promote the work of archaeologists. When we look at the National Archaeology Plan, the National Archaeology Plan set the basis, or will set the basis. But the the autonomous regions, in order to answer this, we have to do other things, really. What's going to help professionals of archaeology work better are the regulations, the regional regulations, and those regulations haven't been developed enough. Given that I arrived at 7 a.m. this morning because of the high-speed train, I decided to think, okay, we have 17 autonomous regions and 2 autonomous cities. They have the archaeological and intervention competences, 12. 7 do not have it, do not have those competences, including mine. But I would also like to talk about how old they are. 2 of them are from the 80s. 3 of those regulations are from the 90s. 4 are between 2000 and 2009. Between 2010 and 2012, and only 1 is after 2020, which is for the city of Melilla, that was updated in 2025. Obviously, this doesn't help those administering archaeology, or those administering it, or the professional archaeologists. This national plan has to set the basis, because as the managing director, Ángeles, has said, this is not a legal document, but it's not a regulatory document, but it is a document that's gonna help us create regulations from it. And with regards to the qualifications, I was surprised with what Esther said regarding the public examinations. it is true that in 2007-2008 were the latest public examinations for archaeology in Castilla-La Mancha, in my region, and they have come back now in 2019-2020. We have new vacancies. They have created new 5 for heritage technicians and 11 for archaeologists. So in the last 3 years, and starting with this, we are going to generate all these new vacancies. There are temporary workers at the moment working on like that, but we need to demand a specific qualification. Now we have a degree. It has to be degree in history. It has to be degree in humanities, because it's in the regional regulation. It says so, and it says history and geography, and in the last ones we have included archaeology, and then we take into consideration other analogous degrees. I'm surprised that a pharmacist could become an archaeologist. Did you say that? Well, in Andalusia it's still like that. A pharmacist? I mean, really? I can't believe that. I always think that Castilla-La Mancha is doing things wrong, but maybe it's not so bad now. I'm really sorry, but without the microphone we cannot hear the comments made. This is something that was also mentioned yesterday in one of the roundtables that we had early in the morning. The problem is not the public examination or the competitive examination, is the test. Well, but we haven't had it. The first public examination was with archaeologists. I mean, in terms of internal promotions, we have no problem because there's a unit called like that. So we do not normally bring in people from other qualifications. In Andalusia, we are waiting with the new heritage law. I mean, the new archaeology team was created, and it specifies what qualifications they need to have. And the ones that already existed, there was no limit, either with a new law or with a new environmental law. We'll be able to make sure that we protect also the people who work at the museums, for instance. And given that they are not protected, given that there is no specific qualifications through internal promotions, well, we get pharmacists, we get people from the environment units, and obviously that leads to many problems. Okay, let me just calm you down. This is like that, but no one from internal promotions has come. The team in archaeologists, they all have a qualification in archaeology or history and experience. But on paper, that's what it says. No microphone, I'm really sorry.
Como me decía ayer.
As our colleague, Mr. Caballero was saying yesterday, let's also talk about the good things. As I said yesterday, I have been working in this profession for 40 years, and the truth is that improvements have been made, but there's maybe one thing that I miss. Not that long ago, I refurbished my office, and I rescued some regulation I had in 1985 when we started working in 1992, 94. They gave us some legislation, and I've looked at it and I thought, wow, that part of the Spanish archaeology history is also here. I think we work with Castilla y León, Madrid, Valencia, Andalusia, and Castilla-La Mancha. That's mainly the regions where we work. And there is no systemization on the publication of the results. Archaeologists are not requested. I mean, those who are on this side of the presidential table, of the table, really, I've always been on this side, not on the other side. Once I taught a lecture at university because a colleague asked me to, a friend asked me to, and it's the only time I've been on that side of the table. And on this side of the table, we publish whatever we want, wherever we want, because it's not like at university, where you have to start with a prelude saying more or less or giving an opinion. We have freedom. I think the people on this side of the table always have more freedom, also because the public authorities have allowed us to. So why don't we go back to the network of Madrid archaeologists, for instance, that we were able to work with and rescue? And now Andalusia, I've seen that there are publications on the press, and we don't know if they're on the web of the system, but they are on the, they have been published by the media. We don't know, they're in the media, but are they actually going to be published? And why don't other regions do that? I love to go to Valencia, being there for 2 days, talking about what I've done in Valencia or Castilla-La Mancha. Maybe the trip is not so exciting because it's closer by, but it's, maybe I shouldn't have said so exciting, but I think that we also have to think about those final publications, because then it seems that in the big magazines, in the main magazines, we have only the same people. Obviously, they need to be there, but people on this side of the table, we also can write many interesting stuff. So why don't we think more about that systemization of the results? Because I look at the annual report of Andalucía and I think, wow, I was there too in the 90s, I was there. And that's something that, you know, you like. And thank you all for the work that you do also from the public authorities, even though we've all had to deal with problems in the past. Increasingly, there's less bad people amongst us. Okay, let's look at Merte. She's looking at us from here, from above us. Can you hear me?
Pues nosotros, aunque sea a 500 kilómetros.
Thank you for making the effort to be here, even though you're 500 kilometers away. I don't know when you joined us.
La pregunta en la que estaban contestando nuestros compañeros era
They were answering the question, to what extent the public authorities hinder or promote the development of professional archaeology? And do you consider that rescue archaeology focuses on moving land or the scientific results that it obtains? The problem, Carlos, is that I have to limit myself with the time I'm going to devote to this. I think the answer is yes to the first. I heard about legislation, 12 autonomous regions that have a legislation. In our case, we have 3 historical territories, and each territory has the competence on creating its own legislation. So, Álava, it's all, Vizcaya and Guipúzcoa, the 3 provinces within the region. But the only good thing is that the technicians leading them work in collaboration with the other 2 in order to have a new regulation. But let's leave the regulation aside. I insist the public authorities have been one of the keys of our professionalization. I started with this in the 80s with Alberto Badil, who also promoted the TEDA for Tarragona. And at the time, it was the province government, the provincial government, that gave us a course to train professional archaeologists. That was in 87 and 89. That was for the provincial government of Guipúzcoa, who has the competences over it. But this was a course, that was a practical course that looked into the areas that then could be considered urban archaeological archives. It was the boom of urban archaeology. And from the end of the 90s, the Basque government declared those sites as protected archaeological sites. So what the public authorities have created is a dynamic by which all the historical centers in Guipúzcoa, Vizcaya and Álava, with some exceptions, are protected. And when we have to do areas that affect underground, we have to do an archaeological project and an archaeological intervention. So in my provincial work, we are able to do work thanks to the authorities. Also because this has been a bottom-up movement. The group of archaeologists, the Archaeologist Association, were the ones requesting for a professional archaeology and for these mechanisms to exist. So far, all good. Carlos, you have said you've also been on that, only on the other side. Well, I've been on both sides of the table, I have to say. And what I have to say is that obviously the public authorities in the 80s, they created a system that I think is a loop system that doesn't allow us to grow beyond or to go backwards or to take steps back either. Let me explain it. Professional archaeology in Spain in general is set on the basis that whoever finds the heritage pays for it. is left on the hands of private individuals or private companies when we talk about active archaeology. And now let me link this to what you said. Is agility promoted? Yes, obviously. We leave it in the hands of the developers to lead the company or choose the company that's going to do the work. They're going to choose the company that does it the cheapest, the fastest, regardless of the quality of the work. But that is the system we created together, all of us, at the end of the 80s. However, in France, they have the INRAP, and they have a superstructure that corrects those imbalances, and they have certain mechanisms. And so when there is, the national agencies can set the basis to make sure that that doesn't happen. So the professional archaeology activity is not fully private, it's not fully public. It's a symbiosis, a mixture. And in Spain, we do not have the possibility of doing semi-public archaeology. We have the freelance. There is not that possibility, and that possibility is the one that, in my opinion, is limiting the development today and in the future.
El punto de partida es
So the starting point is the law from 1985 that establishes the system with good faith, with a good intention, but those who break pay. And since those who break pay, those who pay will choose for the cheapest one, regardless of other criteria, as we said yesterday during the roundtable. I think Jaime wanted to take the floor. First of all, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. That's the first thing, because it is important to have this opportunity of gathering all of us together. And for the initiative of trying to organize things a bit, which was quite necessary. It's true that now when Merce was speaking, she was saying we can't. Well, we can't, or don't we have the political will or the political capacity to do so? The management models that we currently have in Spain are the result of an emergency, which was that of having to set up something quickly and as best we could at the time. But the reality since the 80s has changed very much. And I think we have enough maturity to understand that such basic things as selling the rescue to that weird situation amongst three parties where the administration authorizes but then does not have to understand what the reality is, and they demand certain quality while the professional depends directly from that promoter, that construction company in the best of cases. But in other cases, it's a builder who has other needs, and those are the requirements that he will take into account, which has to do with prices and so on. So there are many self-regulation things that we could consider on our side, but then there are other legislation elements, and I believe it is the time to tackle it. And if we like France so much, then why don't we try and copy their model? We can always do that. It's going to be complicated, but we can also choose other models that are easier, such as the fact that the relationship between the constructor promoter and the professionals they hire will not be a direct one, but rather it has to happen through the administration. So it's the administration who is hiring the professionals. So things like that would solve some of the structural problems we have quite quickly. But we say, no, who's going to do that? There's only 4 of us. No, we used to be 4, but I think that all of you have said that now everything's growing, we have more members, and there is another thing which is important, the tax that remains, which is the way in which it works in France, is what allows for that to grow. It allows for the professional bodies to grow, because they're the ones managing all of this. So there are ways of fixing the model. What we can't do is just do it because we've never had the organizational capacity, or I'd say the political will of listening to the needs. Those, who have to make these decisions are not listening. So So it's not really a question, it's more of a proposal. So since the momentum has been generated in the last few years from all of the parties, because we're all moving around, I mean, the universities, the research centers are doing things, the administrations, the professionals, shouldn't we maybe try to find a new framework, a new way to work, all of us together, so that we can formulate the way in which we do archaeology, trying to solve the structural problems that are actually killing us, and they're killing us because at a certain point we allowed for them to kill them. There was a very good sentence from Roige who on archaeology and liberalism, where he talked about the birth of the gap, and I asked him, is it true that you talked to a person from the African wars? And he said, yes, it's true. And the sentence was, be careful, because when you give them the power, you will not be able to get it back, you know, about the property developers paying and so on. So that is what happened to us in France. Somehow they have redirected the situation. It's got its elements, but I worked with the different models in the Mediterranean. The French model is the one that works best, so let's try and do something like that. Now we're all here together, so maybe we could work together in the same direction. It's not going to be something that happens from one day to the next, but I think that the goodwill that is present here today should be something that we take advantage of. Do you think that what Jaime is saying is feasible? Well, I think that the French model, like applying any other model, is not possible. Literally, it's not possible. France is a centralized country to start, to begin. So when you're the only one who has the competencies, it's easier. What I think is a miracle is the fact that having broken down the state with different autonomies, that it works reasonably well. And I do agree that it is being done well in the regions, because you're the ones who work really in that field, not from the central administration. When we work from the central administration with an urgency, we always apply an emergency process when we apply it. But they're scarce. It's usually the communities who do it. My perception, and even more so after having worked and collaborated in Mexico, in the metro digs and all of the archaeological sites and the historical center, and having known Italy tangentially, it's not really directly archaeology, but I think that we're doing it well, not as we would like it to be done, but we are following the right path. I think that the National Archaeology Plan, if we are capable of respecting it from the different regions, and we will have to see who has the competency, whether it is the general director, whether it's the vice regional ministry, because, you know, the competencies are different and we all have different models, but it could help us. This plan could help us because we have worked to create the protocols, the procedures, so that the situation can be more homogeneous. But other leaps forwards are difficult. For instance, we at the central administration, and I have some of my colleagues here today, so there's at least 3 of us here, all of us archaeologists by training, with experience in archaeology, and all 3 we have worked in museums, in the conservation of museums. So we see. So then there is another model, which is the non-specialization. So we from the central administration really want your help. You can help us in reclaiming the specialization, because even if in the specific bodies, technical bodies, archaeological bodies, and the conservative body, there's always this intention of making them more generalistic. So I think that we have to have some generalist approach as well, because we need archaeologists, architects, and cultural managers as well, because they are fundamental, because they can talk to the interventor, they can talk to a state attorney. So you have very complex situations, but you have to have the training and the skills to be able to fight at that level. I mean, the profession against the others. So we So we have to, some of us are not politicians, but we have to be in charge of cultural politics so that from our position we can help the profession we belong to. So we're going to ask you to help us in that sense. But Patty was talking about the regulations. Regulations are essential because the regulation for the application of general laws has to be then land into basic things, and to try and stop speculation. I'm not going to say speculation because it's a bit more complicated, it's different. So to try and make developers do what we need them to do, there is, I mean, this is very complicated, but there is a simple thing. We all have to do our part of the job. You were talking about publications, and I don't know my colleagues from the regions what they think, but we have to hand in the memoirs after a campaign, whether it is works or rescue archaeology or whatever we want to call it, just like an ordinary archaeological campaign that has been planned, etc. We have to hand in the memoir, and we have to explain what it is that we have done, because the citizens who pay their taxes, they want to know what has been done in the museums. And the plan also has a line, a very important line, that has to do with the dissemination, accessibility, communication. And this museum is a very good example of this, but many other examples, archaeology museums all over our territory, they have their halls always filled with citizens who come to the talks, to the conferences. So we have to set at a different level that wonderful piece, having the information. You know, it's like curators, museum curators. That's me. That's me. I'm working on this topic, so please, nobody touch this topic because I need 3 years. Well, you have to set the periods. And in this plan, we also set the periods for memoirs to be handed in, publications, having the control of the information. Because as a representative of the Ministry for Culture, I want to ask you to help us defend the specialization, because we need to defend the specialization in order to face that general trend of general bodies. And we have to work with the citizenship. It is essential, because if they're on our side, and we do have them on our side, we can see that in spaces such as in this museum, they will help us demand that there is a budget for archaeology, and that way we will not be left aside and as a last afterthought, because if we, culture and archaeology, are going to fight the treasury for a budget to be given to us, we need to have that. And I think that when the legislator thought that they needed to ally with developers and builders would be good, because if you have a house or if you're in a city where you have to dig, then the archaeologists will be there close by. So in Italy and in Mexico, they have, archaeologist is like a god. Put an archaeologist in your life, because he or she will define what can be done in the city or not, because they will stop everything. They will be powerful against the public sector and the private sector. And I think that is within all of our experiences. We have not talked about it, but there is a great avalanche, one of the great problems that we have, and we're all working on it. We all have the same objective. And it's the renewable energies that are really necessary for life there, but that are having an impact in much of our archaeological heritage or monumental heritage in our cities, and the landscape heritage. So we have to quickly ally and organize ourselves, because it's not that we're going against the development and sustainability, obviously, but that balance needs to be met, and carefully. So I'm going back to the plan and the exercise that has been done, but it's not just rescue archaeology. We should also think about sustainability, environmental sustainability, where we are playing really against, or it seems that we're going against what we should be doing sometimes. Thank you. With regards to publication and the connection with citizenship was going to be the next question, but it's no longer going to be the next question because we only have 2 minutes left. And Jaime had asked for the floor again, so I don't know if he wants to, or he now regrets having asked for the floor. No, I never regret having asked for the floor. With regards to publications that we were talking about previously, we have to understand that there are two sorts of publications, the academic publications and then what we understand as the grey literature, which is what we really have to hand in. And once again, here I'm just making a proposal. This is easier than the previous one. I know that the first one is a utopia, but I like to believe in utopias. So currently 2025 with amazing technological capacity and great examples in our country such as the digital physique with amazing public open repositories that are very well set up that allow us to have availability with regards to information. Now, open science is a mandate, and archaeology, whether we like it or not, has become a sort of technique, but it's still a science. So would it be possible for us to have a general agreement of all of the administrations in our state with the leadership of the ministry to create a digital repository of grey literature for architecture so that all of the memoirs and all of the reports that we handed in when we ended an intervention be at the open for other people. There are examples in other places in the world, but I think that I think it's incredible that even Albania has its own digital repository and we in Spain don't yet have access to, I think in Murcia it's still working, but it's not working in any other region unless you go to the office of the person managing it, and there are very good information systems. So maybe all of these things should be more accessible, mainly because it is a European mandate, but also because it would help to have better access to the work that is being done. And right now I have to dig in, 2 doors away from a place where an intervention took place 3 years ago, and I have a problem to get to that information because if I don't talk to the person who dug it, I don't have the information because maybe it's not in the museum or maybe it has not been handed in and so on. So that is something that we need to finish with. And it's true that the National Archaeological Plan deals with some of those things, but we have to put it in practice. So I offer a repository, a digital repository, and I'm sure that the SIG would be willing to help because they're very, very nice. In that sense, I wanted to say that in Castilla y León, we are already thinking about this because we have to talk to our IT services with our databases. So it is something that we're considering, but I don't know when it will be ready. And yes, obviously, what we do have is, that information is public information. If you say, I want to look into this memoir or that memoir, you can do it, but I understand what you mean. Nowadays, we should be able to access it online, because if you live here, you work there, you're somewhere else, it's difficult. And in Castilla y León, our whole database, the database that we have, our heritage database is being completely renewed, and that is a point that is on the table. I cannot tell you how it'll finish, but it is something that we're considering. Yes, I wanted to say that beyond some problems we had, I spent my first 11 months doing a list of articles that had not been published since 2006, but our repository is actually very powerful, the one that we have called Tabula. But what happens is that we have had problems with intellectual property because the annuary stopped being published in 2006, so it has changed quite a bit. So, licenses, Creative Commons and so on, that is what has allowed us to have an internal debate. What do we do? So what do we do? When you hand in the memoir, you also have to hand in the summary for its publication. and it forces the Consejería to publish it. But since 2006, until 2018, they haven't published anything. But they demanded that from the professionals. They had to give that summary. So at a certain point, we said, well, somehow we have to fulfill with that, because it's actually a very powerful tool that's very good for professionals as well. And well, there are still, I mean, we have lost articles, we have lost lots of things, CDs that are in boxes here and there that are wet or whatever. So it's a disaster, but most of them have been recovered, and we have uploaded thousands of summaries, and we are in that preprint before press, because I'm not in charge of the repository any longer, but it was due to rights problems. But you know that in those repositories we have the summaries of the memoirs, and we're working on the full memoirs so that they're also included. There are monographics as well. So beyond its limitations, this is actually a very powerful repository with very good search engines. So you can find all of these memoirs or reports, and you want to know what has been done in Trebujena since 1985 until nowadays, and you can find it all. No, but that is now available. Maybe I'm talking about things that I don't know, but ever since that we created the digital agency in Andalusia, everything has improved. I just wanted to say that there is a chapter, a very specific chapter on this topic in the plan, the national plan, because it is essential. I don't know who has to do it. Obviously, at the Ministry of Culture, we are willing to help. We obviously have to understand that obviously there is a chapter that has to do with all of the copyrights, so that we could all protect ourselves. And all of the information that cannot be published, that we have to segment, for instance, the archaeological maps or these geo-referencing points, and we will have to segment that. But it is essential, yes. But it is included in the plan. Merche? That which has been dealt with, we are now talking about publications, repositories. I'm sorry, Merche, if you could speak louder, because we can't really hear you in the room. I'll get closer to the cell phone, because I'm doing it with a cell phone. Can you hear me better? Okay. So what I wanted to say is that we were talking about repositories and so on, but at the ministry they have said something very interesting. Working together, the regulations and so on, the French model and so on. I don't know. I'd like to touch upon a topic that I believe is strategic for the professionalization of archaeology, and it is something that is called homologation. And I think that the institutions have something to say. This approval is important, because in this intermediary road between the responsibility of the administration, the constructors or developers, the architects and archaeologists, and the model in Cantabria is the only one that has in its regulation this aspect, the certification or homologation. But when you get to understanding how they have set up the certification process, well, in the end, they haven't really established it. But this is a starting point that in the French administration determines who and how can do an archaeological project. Whether it is the administration who pays or pays half of the amount with the developers and so on. And the specialization also has to do with that certification. So the dig of the judicial city in Bordeaux, the professional team needed to have a specialization. They needed to be Roman archaeologists, and they also had to be specialized in metals. So to me, this certification is key. Because we have said that things are being done correctly. Well, sometimes they're being done well, and sometimes they're not being done that well, because if there are some aspects which are not enough, and the administration is the sampling for analysis or for other things, we can have a very good registration and we can have a very good dig, but then with regards to sampling and then the work that is done afterwards, I think that can be improved. There is much room for improvement, but all of this can be set up in this matrix, which would be, how do we certify professional archaeologists? Who does it? From where? How? So to me, the key is there. Thank you. Rafa, yes, please. Good morning. Like my colleagues from PEPA know, I am always ahead of my times, and I think that one of the problems that you're talking about with a repository could be solved with a less cool solution, but a simpler one, which would be to free us from having to have secret memoirs. I finished my memoir, and it is to be published as the Castilla y León region asked me. It is ready, so I hand it in, I present it, and I upload it to my repository in Academia and Reserve, to the one that I have, and it's available for everyone, because I keep on working with a material that does not belong to me. I might be the owner of my copyright, but the information that I am offering comes from public good, so I don't need to wait for your IT system work well, or whether your system is overloaded or not. So many of my memoirs are actually uploaded there on the internet. Once you have given me your conformity, once you have told me that it fulfills all of the technical and scientific elements are fulfilled. So it'd be easy to give us just that permit, and you would be solving that problem. I'm telling you that it is a simpler, less cool solution than what you are proposing, but it does help for information. So I work in the Basque Country mainly, and I am lucky or unlucky of having to publish every year my activities, and my colleagues do it as well. So now it's digitized, and you can do it from any point in the world. So it takes me 2 clicks and 10 minutes for the 300 megas to be uploaded. So I can offer all of my information. Actually, my research projects, the projects that have been financed by the Basque Country, said that you have to, that information that you have generated with public money about public goods have to be in a repository available for everyone. So yes, it's easier to just enter a repository and click on Salvatierra Gurain and have all of the information there. But while you decide to do it, and while you solve your technical economical problems, there is a simpler solution, which is democratizing information by uploading it in the internet. So can't we benefit from the INRAP experiences? Not everything, but apply to our regions, for instance, I'm asking. I am fed up with having to do projects, obviously, where I am the one who does the whole development of the project. It's not the administration who guarantees that the public goods are well cared for. Why can the administration issue what it is that I have to do? What is an archaeological control? How many people do have to be in that archaeological control? How long will that archaeological control last? That which we do for public roads needs to be applied to archaeology, because engineers and architects always budget for what you have told them they have to do. And I have to invent it all. I have to compete against my colleagues. And sometimes I have things that I lack of, and they have to fill those gaps. But that will have an impact on the quality of my work, and they give it to me. So you have to think that there are other intermediary solutions, which are not the INRAP model, that we'll think is fantastic. And finally, and the main question is, are we so good? The archaeologists in Spain, are we so good? Then why is our situation such a precarious one? I think that Merche has explained that quite well. But we live in precarious conditions. We are experts. There are no new generations waiting to take on this, and we have over 1,000 years of work experience, all of us present here today, but that expertise cannot be seen in our financial results, can it? Carlos, I hope you'll excuse me. We'll see. Does anyone want to give an answer in 30 seconds? Very quick. Okay. Just the first question. For you to be able to publish that report, the file has to be closed. Yes, I know, but the file has to be closed. That's it. And at least in Castilla-La Mancha, the law in Castilla-La Mancha only requests for the report to be published when we pay for the interventions. As for the rest, you can publish whatever you want. And as for the repository, I do think that we all have to do our homework. I do agree with that. I'm thinking about coffee, but I will be giving an answer to the second question. Obviously, and Ángeles Albert has also said it, we could establish different levels of commitment in an atomized administration such as the one that we have in Spain. It's complex, but I'm going to talk about the local administration. Obviously, I know the Andalusian case better, but there are many big municipalities in Andalusia who have their own municipal archaeologists who are the ones who do the work. When a developer asks for a license, the city council just sends the archaeologists, and they have the same requirements than a freelance archaeologist. If you're in a hurry, you can hire your own archaeologist, but in Écija and Carmona, they do have one, and they have the same regulations. So you don't even have to change the laws to adopt certain commitments. And the INRAP, for instance, well, I think we all think it's a wonderful model, and it is, but it's more selective. So, no, I mean, we also have had to do an exercise of what do I do? Do I do an intensive surveillance of all of the earth movement of a half-meter deep swimming pool in the most remote town in Spain? That is our model. Well, I will have to be there with better or worse results. And then we have the other model, which is a more qualitative, not quantitative model, and I select what we are going to give priority to with regards to rescue archaeology. So it's not just about administrative model, but also it has to do with perception. Where do we want to get with regards to safeguarding our heritage, our archaeological heritage? So INRAP is also a very good model, but selective. So that's really the debate. How far do we want to get with the means that we have? And yes, and then there is a precariousness. When I say that rescue archaeology that we do in Spain is very good in general terms, there are things that are not well done by the administration as well. And I'm not just talking about the reports, but about adopting certain decisions that should be braver to actually better care for the heritage. But that is a more complex thing, and sometimes we do fail as well in the way we back up the professionals so that more courageous measures are adopted. But I do think that there are many aspects, and I think that the next panel, before we eat their time up, could actually talk to us about models, because actually Italy is also the reference country for us, and I know it very well. I'm sorry, interventions off mic. Hello, good morning. Yes, I know that Ángeles has to leave and we have to continue. Thank you to all for your dedication, for your time, for your opinions and your experience. Ángeles, Ministry, General Directorate. We have debated during these days, thanks to the work of the Ministry and the development of the Statute of the Artist and cultural professional. And that's something we have been working on for 4 years. This last topic that has to do with the end of this topic. We brought the Ministries of Social Security and Labour. We had to illustrate them. They had to illustrate us, precariousness. But there is a recognition by the Congress of Deputies. We have to recognize that special characteristic of the cultural sector, and specifically what we are talking about now, for instance, professional archaeologists. And I'll go straight to the point. All of the professional associations that are working in the artist statute have, one way or another, and 80% of them have been subsidized in order to keep on working in this field. Do we need subsidy by La Pepa to keep on working on this? Because we'll disappear. We can't continue. Right now, the precariousness that is linked to our day-to-day, those of us who are here today, 70 connected, but there is 1,500 professionals who cannot think about living that precariousness because they can't make ends meet. And in order to fight for their rights, we need our help, your economic help now. We cannot withstand this. This is helpful, thanks to the Ministry for Internationalization. And Gustavo has said something. He doesn't say it, but we are the only financial support comes from the government of Cantabria, because we are begging run the roads of Murcia. We have help from Murcia and the college in Madrid, but we can't. We can't go on. We'll have to go to Brussels, where we will present with our European colleagues, including the French ones who are listening as well, and we will have to go to Brussels, but we will go there without money and with little time. So if we want to keep on doing this and keep on making progress in panels such as this one, and if we want to participate in the development of the National Archaeological Plan, we need that. We need that support. Thank you.
We will have to see what the solution is, whether it's a specific subsidy or any other subsidies like in many other places. We have lots of models. So we'll have to see if we are able to overcome those problems and start working on that. So we conclude here. Thank you very much for your participation. And I think now we have time for coffee. Yeah, coffee is just here in this room. It is 10 to 11. We will start at 10 past 11, we will resume.
Otra cosa, por favor. Están aquí los traductores, entonces entra.
The interpreters are there, so please get your coffees, but then come back out, please.
Por favor, tomar asiento. Tener cuidado con los auriculares, aparatos. Por favor, si necesitáis recoger auriculares y aparato. Cerramos esto. Por favor. Y rogaría tener mucho cuidado con...
Please be careful with the devices.
Some of the questions are in Spanish, okay? So translation for the Spanish, get the translator thing. So when we speak, it's going to be in English, but maybe someone asks something in Spanish. Pues haré primero una pequeña presentación.
I'm going to make a brief presentation in Spanish really quickly, and then we'll move on to the round table. But I would just like to explain what we are doing in this beginning and end of the days, which is also the end of a project. The culmination of a project is called Creating European Networks for Professional Archaeology, and the objective, the goal, we have Florian now online. So the objective was to see what the situation was like in our profession from a more European approach, and also we wanted to start mobilizing in a coordinated fashion, looking for a common, better future for the structural problems we suffer in our profession. And that's why over the last few months we've had several meetings, and we've already been mentioned before, and all of it ends or comes at an end with this final presentation and signature of a manifest that will be called the Madrid Manifesto. It would be great if it had a nicer title, but it's what it is. We are in Madrid, after all. And the objective is to think about the will to continue working together at the supranational level. Now I'm gonna move on to English. And let's hope that I can understand you, because I'm a bit dyslexic. So we will see if it all ends well. Thank you.
A little bit the context of the project, and you already know, so there is no need to repeat it again. But the working of the round table that we are having today will be very simple. Now, after my first introduction, that is going to be basically this, we are going to have a first round of short presentations from the different associations that we have with us today. In total, we are 5 associations in representation of 5 different countries in Europe, mostly Southern Europe, and Germany. And then we will have a small discussion to share some of the ideas about the structural problems that we have in professional archaeology and also in preventive archaeology in our countries. Then, after that, we will read the manifesto that it's just 1 or 2 pages, and it's quite general. And we will have a sort of I don't find the word even in Spanish. But we will sign together the document as a commitment to continue working, and most of all to start working on the creation of a European Federation of Professional Associations in Archaeology, that at the end is a bit the final goal of the whole project. So with that, I will just introduce you the different people that we have here today with us. I will start from the right to my right to my left, and we have from the Fédération des métiers de l'archéologie préventive, FEMAP, Florian Lepedre, that will be the first person in my right, Patrick Rossetti next to him, on the screen, Julien Denis. Then from the Confederazione Italiana d'Arqueologia, Alessandro Pintucci from Italy. And then on my left, we will have Raquel Gonzaga and Regis Barbosa from STARC, Sindicato de Trabalhadores de Arqueologia in Portugal. And Sasha Pivko from CIFA Deutschland. That is probably the newest association right now in Europe, and will be a quite interesting experience too. So after that, thank you again to all of you for the commitment not to be here today and all the help that you provided over the last weeks. And let's start. And we will start with our colleagues from FEMAP.
Yes, thank you very much. So my name is Julien Denis, Vice President of FENAP. Don't know, you can hear me? You can hear me? No? Do you hear me? Yes? No?
You may go on.
Okay. So I'm Julien Denis. I'm the Vice President of the FEMAP, which is an association, federation in France. But before that, I want to present a little bit. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes. How preventive archaeology stands in France. So in France, the current system is established under the 2001 law. In a few points, the government regulates and supervises archaeological operations, which are conducted prior to land development projects. Then preliminary assessments are carried out by public institutions, and excavations can be carried out by public or private approved operators. So the first part, you have the government, which has a big part of it, and the first part, assessments, you have only the public institutions, but for excavations, you may have public or private operators, so private companies also. And the last thing in the system is the developers, the builders, who pay for the archaeological excavations. On the first part, the archaeological assessment, before the development work begins, if the project is located in an heritage-sensitive area or covers more than 3 hectares, then the French state can order an archaeological assessment. Many times less than 8% of development projects are subject to an assessment. This assessment, I said it, is carried out by public institutions. So INRAP, which is the National Institute for Preventive Archaeological Research, or by the archaeological services of the local authorities. If the archaeological assessment yields positive results and identifies significant remains, state authorities may mandate a preventive excavation and enact a prescription for archaeological excavation. The excavation prescription defines the research goals, excavation's boundaries, and allocated resources, duration, skills, and team size. When you have the archaeological prescription, the developers or builders may contract with public or private companies in order to realize the archaeological excavation, and they sign an archaeological excavation contract. If it's a public organization, which is a developer, it may have a public call for tenders. And then the developer selects an offer, and this offer may have a compliance notice from the Regional Directorate of Cultural Affairs. So the contract signed between the developer on one side and the chosen operator on the other one must have the compliance from the state. And the contract specifies cost and completion timeline also. We have to say that archaeological operators may have state accreditation. This mandatory state accreditation is required only for private operators and is valid for 5 years. It may be restricted to specific archaeological periods also. Now, if we look at the operators and specialized companies in France in preventive archaeology, we have the biggest one, which is National Institute in HAP, with about 2,000 full-time equivalent person. You have local authority services with 600 people about, and you have private companies, about 800 people, and specialized companies with about 50%. So between 3,500 and 4,000 people. Now, in this landscape of French preventive archaeology, you have an actor, which is the FEMAP, the Federation of Preventive Archaeology Professions. It was created in March 2021 on the initiative of 5 private operators, EVA, Paleotime, Archemin, Hades, and Mosaic Archaeology. It was born from the desire to bring together companies in the preventive archaeology sector, and also to build a space within which we can find solutions that respond to the evolutions of the preventive archaeology profession. At this time, we have 6 accredited operators in preventive archaeology. I said it. We also have 11 specialized companies, including specialists in archaeobotany, aerial imaging, conservation, restoration, numismatics, and so on. So you have operators accredited on one part, specialized companies on the other one. It is a total of more than 600 jobs in 2024. We also have last year about 167 scientific publications, so it's not bad, I think, and about more than 150 archaeologists, member of UMR, mixed research units which depends apart from the CNRS. So about the FEMAP's mission, I said we have the first one is bringing actors together. It is also representing the sector's position and promoting the sector's evolutions. An important part of the work in the FEMAP is the collaboration with the Ministry of Culture on the economic landscape of preventive archaeology, on promoting key recommendations from the FEMAP's commissions and working groups, and proposing operational improvements to the Ministry of Culture. To do so, the FEMAP has special commissions. The first one is a training commission for archaeologists in preventive archaeology, which aims to define the profession. We may try to clarify the role and responsibilities of preventive archaeologists. We also work on skill mapping, identifying core competencies required in the field. We also think about academic curriculum reform, and we try to propose adjustments to university programs to better align with needs and ease professional integration. We try to promote careers in preventive archaeology, highlighting diverse career paths and sector opportunities. And we also have an internship platform project and try to develop a dedicated platform to connect students with preventive archaeology internships. Another commission is a Research Resources and Dissemination Commission. It has an annual scientific review, which compiles and publishes a yearly report on research outcomes across the FEMAP network. It also has a shared bibliographic resources with a common Zotero library for network-wide access to references, articles, and datasets. And we also have a project about a digital platform for excavation reports. It is the idea of the development of an online repository to centralize and disseminate archaeological operation reports from the member organizations. The last commission is about quality, safety, and environment. Here in this commission, we try to share best practices among the commission members. We also try to identify and handle problems encountered during the setup of an excavation. We try to monitor and review regulation related to preventive archaeology, and we also handle the issue of polluted sites and soils. Aside from this commission, we have a working group. A working group is dedicated to the framework for well excavation, whose objectives are the development of specific protocol drafts. And we have a communication group which try to coordinate FEMAP info newsletters. We also have a coordination of an exhibition project on the professions of archaeology, of preventive archaeology. Last but not least, FEMAP will have its fifth forum of preventive archaeology professions on October 17 in Valence, in France, where we will have a presentation of the work of the FEMAP Commission. We also have roundtable discussions. The first one about supporting young graduates in entering the archaeology job market. The second one about artificial intelligence in archaeology, opportunities, challenges, and ethical considerations. And the third one, archaeology and pollution. We will also add a keynote, a sociologist perspective on the organization of preventive archaeology, which is, I think, really interesting. And all of this will be on with a live stream, and you will be able to watch the event live on FEMAP's YouTube channel. So you are all invited on the October 17th to watch and participate to our forum. Okay, that's it, I think, so to present French archaeology and the FEMAP. You may have any question?
Do you want to add anything else? Whoop. Good. Then Alessandro, please. Yeah, Alessandro. This one. No?
Stereo, Dolby Atmos.
See, in stereo. So I will speak in English, but anyway, if we have question, we can even I can I can understand Spanish, so we can still we're talking in the same languages. I'm from Italy. I'm from Confederazione Italiana Archeology, which is an association that was born in 2004. So we are 21 years old, and it started as a need for 9 people. We are at the feast of graduation of one of us, and we said, okay, but we must do something, and we just started just for playing, just for a game. Let's see what we can do. And the first thing was that we had not a public order for the archaeologists, which is a very old stereotype for archaeological battles in Italy. And easily we understood we didn't need a professional order, we didn't need, but we did need an association. That's why we founded a professional association. This is the first professional association of archaeologists in Italy. There is another one born the next year, is Associazione Nazionale Archeologi. Why two? Because our is better, or probably if you ask to them, because there is better. We have exactly the same organization. No? We are organized into with the national board, with the regional boards working on regional and national matters. Obviously, we have some committees inside the association that works to announce part of our policy, of our politics in the future. And in November 22 and 23, remember, because after I have to ask you a question, in Bologna we will be having the new Congress of the association, changing the board, changing the president, while during the 3 years of the presidency of the mandate, we do always a national assembly like yours, like a national conference where we review what they said. Okay, 3 years ago we said we must do this. What we done? This. So it's democratic participation. We vote. It is very. It's obviously simple. We are an association and we vote. We have democracy, but it's not that clear. For example, if you have a professional order or other kind of recognition as a profession. So for us, it's very important. On the other side, in the years, we managed some battles. On the one side, the first problem for us has been what is a professional association. Nobody of us knew what is a professional. So we are a trade union or something else. So part of the beginning of our story, probably we've been more like a trade union. We wanted higher salaries, we wanted higher defense for our profession and so on. But in the years we understood how to work on the side with real trade unions. We worked with them, beside them, and on the other side we became a real professional association. So we still do battles for salaries, obviously, when it's usually on a regional level, because usually there's always a problem, no? For example, some years ago there's been a problem in Rome with workers of the archaeologists working on the gas substitution. Because they were the lowest part of a food chain. They were paid 60 euros per day. It was incredible, in a precarity that you just can imagine. Well, just putting the question on the newspapers, we won the battle. So they have been paid 3 times. That's some of it. In the meantime, obviously, they now are paid less than 3 times, but because obviously you always won a battle in this point and then you go here. So on this side, we do this kind of battle, but on the other side, we were able to manage, even with obviously with the other association, the recognition of the profession of archaeologists in Italy. So we put an article inside our code of laws of heritage, where it says, okay, on the cultural heritage can only work professionals of cultural heritage, archaeologists and historians of art, bibliothèques, and blah, 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 and whatever. There is a list which is not binding, so you should not be mandatory, it's not mandatory, the list, but you can be in the list of the archaeologists of Italy. The most important part is not the list of the archaeologists, which is just nice to see. Just even, it's useful even to know, to understand how many of us are working in archaeology, even if the list is not complete. Me, I'm not in the list because I'm against that list, but in a way. By the way, the most important part is the document that not only recognizes the profession, but it describes the profession. And as is not a document, it is not a law, but is a part of the law, it can be changed even during the time and updated. For example, when we started with this kind of document in 2019, there was not a description of the work of the underwater archaeologists. Okay, so it's very huge lack in the legislation. During these years, we've been studying, talking with all the stakeholders of the underwater archaeology, and we managed to add the description of the underwater archaeologists and how an underwater archaeologist could be called in this way. Because before it was possible even to do underwater archaeology, even taking a dive from Sharm el-Sheikh, I don't know, with a weekend holiday, no? It's absolutely impossible to understand, to see a profession just made by holiday people. So we managed to have this kind of description, and we just updated the document that describes the archaeology. This is very fun. Obviously, it's not working perfectly, okay? We are dividing into three levels, where the two levels are based on the EQF levels, European EQF levels, but obviously education has a major impact on this kind of levels. So we were able to add at the first level, the highest, even people without any PhD degree or scuola di specializzazione, that is an only Italian fantastic invention in archaeology. It's like 3 more years of university, absolutely identical to our university, but anyway. It is considered a post-graduation degree, which is important to have to be at the first level. We were able to add at the first level even people with just a master degree, but they had at the moment of the law much experience. So if they were working on the sites for 5 years at the moment of the law, it was possible to be at the first level. This was a victory, because otherwise you would see 50 people like me have to take a degree at that age while working on the site. So it was for us it was important. And now we're living in Italy a very good situation on salaries, because based on data from DISCO, which I represent as a committee in EAA, I don't know for how many times, for how much time, but anyway, data are telling us, apart from the salaries, which are higher than 10 years ago, that we have less unemployed people. In 2014, there were 28% of archaeologists. We are deeply in the crisis of 2008. So there was a huge unemployment in that case. In this moment, we are at 2.6% of unemployment. So as anywhere in the story of worker movement, when you have lower unemployment, obviously salaries are going up, because you cost much more. If I need an archaeologist, I have to pay him much more than in other moments. But I think in a while, probably when the Piano di Resiliencia, which is how in Spanish, Plano Nacional de Resiliencia, when the European money will be over next year, or almost in 2027, if we are lucky, the situation will change. So we must face the situation now before the crisis will be, obviously, in our sector. Enough.
Thank you very much. Okay. No. You have to use that one. Please, for Portugal.
We have 5 minutes? I get lost in time. 5-ish, a little bit less. Okay. 10? Okay, so STARC is Sindicato de Arqueologia dos Trabalhadores de Arqueologia em Portugal. It's a union of the professional workers in Portugal. It was created in 2012. It's an independent union. This means that we are independent from any political parties, religions, associations, you name it. Although we are affiliated to the CGTP, this means it's the General Confederation of Workers, Portuguese Workers. Our work is based on the principles of democracy, solidarity, and equality. And STARC, it was created in order to respond to the major problems in archaeology in Portugal, but I mean, I think we share the same problems: low salaries and poor working conditions. The board STARC, our board from STARC, it's hard to say in English, STARC. We were always concerned about parity. So we always wanted equal women and men working in our board. But actually our board right now, we are mainly women. Yes. We only have 3 men right now. Our finance is based on, our work is free, I can say that. We don't have a salary working in STARC, but our finance is based on the members' fees. So the fees of our members paid our actions and support the union's actions. Every professional worker can be a member of STARC. It's not only archaeologists that are members of STARC. We have conservation and restoration workers. We have anthropologists also, and everybody can be a member, having working contracts, being a self-employment worker, but we don't accept bosses. Bosses cannot be members of STARC. We represented workers from the academy, from the public sector, from the private sector, and also from associations. And we also work from north to south of Portugal. We work nationally, including our islands, Madeira Islands and the Azores Islands, that have some political autonomy. We have a lot of actions. We do strikes, we do public complaints, we do several meetings and negotiate with companies. We have several meetings with the Minister of Culture, with municipalities, with the Portuguese state, the Heritage Institution, with universities. We have we have organization of workers in the workplace, creating union delegates. And we also do some classes in the universities. And we also give legal support to workers. And we also publish a lot of scientific publications, scientific publications. We are in Congress. This is one of the events that it's an example of it. And on these scientific publications, we try to speak about the problems in archaeology in Portugal. Our recent work was about sexual harassment in archaeology. So for these last years, we accomplished many things. We have much more working contracts. It was almost, I don't know, it was really extremely rare to have working contracts in 2012. And now it's much common. There are still, of course, fake freelancers and fake self-employments. And there was also an increasement of salaries, although we still need to, they need to increase more. And there are also more working conditions. We have more bathrooms in the field in the fields. We have more spaces to eat and refectories. And back then, in 2012, we were living the Troika season, and it was very common for archaeologists to not being paid. They were not having their salaries. They would wait one month, 2 months, 3 months for their salaries, and we have to talk to the companies to pay them. It was scandalous, I know. And nowadays it's extremely rare. There's one case or another, but still, it was one of the achievements. I know you want to talk a little bit about the challenges.
At first, good morning, buenos dias.
6 minutes, sorry.
Muchas gracias, Pepa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Pepa, and thank you. I would like to thank our friends from Spain who welcomed us so warmly.
We are very happy with this moment, with this initiative. So I will try to speak a little bit of English. I don't speak so well than Raquel, but I'm talking about some problems that we have in Portugal, that we still have, and some of the goals that we have in this moment. The first one is our fight for a new convenio, a new collective agreement that is very important for us, and we are negotiating with the boss associations, with the owners associations. We are we have a long negotiation. It's 1 year. And we are trying to have in this collective contract, we are trying to have a career. Because in the private sector, we don't have careers of archaeologists or of professionals of archaeology. And it's very important to us to have a table with values of salary and with a way of evolution along the time. For us, it's very important that for the archaeologists to have the valorization of the career along the time, because we don't have this. We have some professionals that work since the beginning of the century and receive the same, but they have a lot of experience. And we think it's very important to have this evolution recognized and formalized. And that's one of the points that we are fighting to have a negotiation with the owners, to have a collective contract agreement. Thank you. forget always this name, agreements. And that's one of the most important points that we are fighting right now. In this achievement agreement, we have other points that we think are very important, but I think careers and salaries are the most and the central part of the central goal that we have. For the other, in other hands, we have to fight for the salaries. The salaries of archaeologists and for professionals of heritage and archaeology are very low historically. We fight for against this, and we have some achievements in the last years. But we still have salaries lower than the median of the graduate in Portugal, of the average. Yes, that's it. So we are fighting to have this valorization, and one very important thing is to negotiate every year the growth of the salaries. Because we have a lot of years that the salary didn't grow. And we have inflation, we have all of this kind of problems. So every year we should negotiate with the owners of the companies that the salaries should be grown. We should grow the salaries. So it's one very important point to have this negotiation like a structural action for every year for the sector. We have to fight to have better conditions. One example, we have some achievements too, like Raquel said, but we need to have more. We need to have better conditions right now. The temperatures are an example. Sometimes we work in, like you, higher temperatures or low temperatures, and we have to take care about that because we will not work only one summer. That's not our life. We work every day, every month, and a lot of years. So we should have some rights to protect our health. So this is an example, but we have another, the access to water, the access to bathrooms, a place to eat, are things that are very simple and very important to have in the workplace, but it's common that the archaeologists, the teams of archaeology don't have. So we still fighting to have water, bathroom, a place to eat in every excavation. So it's another mission that we have. We have some problems in the investigation too, in the academia, and the problem of precariousness. The precarity is very high in the universities. Today we'll have an action about that. The first point, the first problem that we have, it's the grants. The PhD students don't have a contract; they have grants. This is terrible because they don't have a career in a social protection. This is when the grant finish. Bye-bye, go home and try to have another job. So there isn't any social protection, and we should have. And in other hand, we have the problems of the term contracts. Not some long-term contracts, but it's very common that the PhD owners, professors or researchers that that have PhD and that have a lot of experience don't have only a contract for 6 years or 5 years. And yes, this is a big problem, and we should struggle against that. Because the workers are with 40 and 50 years old and don't have a contract, don't have a stability in his life. So we fight against that problem. And we will finish. The last point is we represent the public workers. The workers of public administration, and in the public administration, the last years, the last governments have neoliberal politics. So this is terrible because they don't contract new archaeologists for the central administration. So the teams of the Heritage Institute are very little, with not much few workers. We have few workers in these teams, and they are older and older and older because the central states don't contract new workers or young workers. This is a central problem of our system of protection of heritage. And the last problem, or the last big problem, is the precariousness in the public sector that are growing because they don't contract. So they try to have autonomous. They have to have false freelancers working for the state, doing state work, doing fiscalization and doing works that should be done for functionary. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Regis. Sasha?
Yeah. I have the short cable. Can you hear me? Is that okay like this? See? Fine. I'm talking in English too. I studied Espanol some years ago, 25 years ago, I think so. So I lost most of these things, and I'm very happy about this simultaneous translation. That's really a great thing. Thanks for that. So I can follow you and you can follow me now, I hope. I'm from SIFA Deutschland, SIFA Germany. SIFA is an organization of archaeologists who was founded in England, Great Britain, 30 years ago, even before I started in archaeology. And they have a long tradition in this, and they have a lot of experience in representing archaeologists in the public and against each other, because the worst enemy of an archaeologist are the archaeologists. And when I started in archaeology in Germany, I had some time working here in Spain and in Portugal, and I got some experience there, or here. And then I started working at the university. I was working for the state departments, for the cities and towns in my region. So I had the chance to see all the different kinds of contracts in archaeology that are offered or not offered. And I was wondering about all these things because before I studied archaeology, I was studying laws, and there is a big gap between law and archaeology. And when I started in the 90s working on excavations, I heard all these talks about we need something better. This was in the 90s, 95, 96. We need to build up an association. We have to fight against all these things. And now since 95, nearly nothing has changed. We are still talking about building up associations and fighting in Germany. And I see that you have gone a better way in some things than we did in Germany. So it's nice to see that. In the year 2017, we brought CIFA to Germany. We built up the area group, CIFA Germany. The British colleagues helped us a lot in this. They sent money to Germany, to build up the organization. And the situation in this time was similar to that what you told here. We had precarious situation, we had not enough money to pay for our rent, only a job in the summertime and in winter. So we have to see how to live, how to pay our rent. We had no chance to build up families, maybe to get our own house, and all these things what are normal in the society or should be normal in the society. Since this time, a lot of things have changed, not because or not only because of the work of CIFA. We are not a lot of members in Germany. We have about 140 members, and many of them are coming from England to Germany, working in Germany, and some of them are supporting us from England. And so we have these 140 members, but we have now about 25 companies who are working with CIFA and trying to build up the ideas of CIFA. And we hope that we can bring our employees on this way fighting for their own rights. But it's a little bit weird that we, as the bosses of the companies, are trying to bring the employees to fight against us, because we need a contract, and a contract there have to be two partners. Otherwise, it's only an offer, but we need a contract, and even the companies need an offer. In Germany, the situation is very difficult because we have 16 Bundesländer, counties or states, and archaeology is a part of the cultural department, and the cultural departments are completely on their own in every of these counties. So we have 17 regulations, because in one county, Lower Saxony, they have 2 heritage departments. And even smaller towns like Bremen, most of you will not know Bremen, but they have their own heritage department with their own law, with their own regulations. And it's not easy to get all these people on one table. And then the next problem is, in some of these counties, the archaeology is only done by the public, by the heritage boards, by themselves. They are sending out their teams from the heritage board to the excavations. They are doing this work, and of course they are doing it always proper, because they control themselves, they regulate themselves, and they never find any mistakes. But we, in some parts of Germany, are working with companies, and there they find all the time the mistakes and the failures. I have worked 7 years for the State Department. I never made mistakes because I controlled myself, but I saw colleagues doing a lot of mistakes. And the idea of CIFA is to build up gremium, to build up teams controlling each other, archaeologists controlling other archaeologists. From the State Department, from companies, from the universities, from museums, coming together, building up a task force, and then going to the excavation and controlling the standards. And standards are the most important part of the work, that we have the health and safety standards. Is there enough room for the break? Is there a drying room? Are there enough toilets? Are the contracts regular and with the law? All these things are controlled by CIFA, or should be controlled by CIFA, because the State Department has no right to watch the contracts and to watch inside of the company. In Germany, they don't have the right. I don't know if it's in the other countries it's the same. But so we have to regulate ourselves. That's our job, to keep our house clean. And that's the idea of SIFA. It's not easy, because a lot of archaeologists tell me the house is clean all the time because I take care. And I say, okay, then show me your house. They say, no, not you. My wife will look in our house. Things have changed in Germany since 2019 because of something happening, the change in the politics about the power lines, about electricity, and all these things. The projects started, I don't know if you heard about Südlink. This is one of the power lines. The first power line started in Germany. It's a 700-kilometer power line running through different counties of Germany. And I was preparing the offer for our joint venture. And when we were in Würzburg to sign the contract, they opened the papers and showed us the price, because I only filled out the positions. What's the price for 1 hour? What's the price for 1 square meter? And so on. And when they opened up the whole project and told me, Sascha Pivko, we have a contract here, and this contract is about 107 million euros. And then we were sitting there, trembling. And this was the biggest contract, I think, ever signed in Europe from an archaeologist. And I had the pencil in my hand, and then they told me, stop, we have to go down below 100. And then we sat there 4 hours in Würzburg in a back office and everything calculating, and then we got it to 99.8, and then we got the contract. After that, in January, this year in January, we met in Frankfurt. It was normally a congress of archaeologists, but then there the managers of the power line companies, the managers appeared there, and they told us, and of all these companies, they sent their representatives, and they opened their cupboards and told us what's happening until 2048, because until 2048 we have to watch all these new power lines, 20,000 kilometers of power lines. And when they finished, they said, we have in our budget, we have 1 billion euros for staff, only for the archaeologists, not for the machines. This is an extra position, 1 billion. I never heard 1 billion for archaeology ever in my life. But after that, Amprion stood up as one of this companies that, wait, before you sign any contract with these, we have another billion in our budget. And then ThyssenKrupp stood up, ThyssenKrupp said, it's not all about electricity. We have to build the hydrogen pipelines. And these are 10,000 kilometers. I heard yesterday that they are planning one of these pipelines here in Spain and Portugal, 700 kilometers. And we are doing 10,000 now. And this is a game changer. Because they said, we don't need cheap archaeologists. We are not interested in cheap archaeologists. Because if we bring in cheap archaeologists, we need some thousands of them. And then there comes the Spanish company and tells, hey, in Spain, you can earn more money, then they run away. And then there's not the problem that they have to pay 100 millions of euros for the archaeologists, then they have the problem to lose billions of euros because the work is stopping. And so they told us, you can be expensive. Yes, you have to be expensive. Pay higher salaries, pay good price to your workers so they stay here. Give them a safe surrounding and everything. We want to pay for it. And after that, we said, okay, that's not a problem. I think we like this idea. But then all the archaeologists started to work on these pipelines. And then we had the other projects. There are still other projects in Germany, not only electricity projects. They had no workers anymore. They had no archaeologists anymore. And then they had to pay more there because they had to search, really searching for companies doing the job. And so the salaries increased really rapidly and really fast and really good. We now have positions in Germany in the companies. 10% of my company is earning more than 5,000 euros per month. And I'm not the one who's paying the highest salaries. So you can, in the private companies, you can earn up to 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 euros. That's the possibilities. And so everyone is happy. But the thing is, everything can change as fast as it comes. So we have to fix these standards. And at the moment, everyone is telling me, it's good, we don't need to change anything. You see, the cash flow is running. We don't know what to do with all this money at the moment, so why we should change anything? And I try to tell them, because there will be other times, and then we have the problem again. And then the money fades away. And that's now the job we have to do with SIFA, fixing the standards to get the tables of the employees and of the companies that we have every year the negotiation about the salaries, that we have the discussion every year. And that's what we tried to implement in Germany. We have 25 companies on the table of the companies and the employers, and we have a round table of employees, and they are discussing every year how to get better salaries, how to get more paid days off, more holidays, and silly things like that. As a company owner, I don't like these ideas, of course. At the moment, we have nearly 6,000 archaeologists or people working in archaeology in Germany, and only 80% of the positions are occupied. So we have a lack of 20% free positions, and we're trying to fill them, and we are not able to fill because the heritage boards say only German archaeologists can do German archaeology. What's ridiculous and weird, because the cultures we are bringing out of the ground, they didn't even know Germany at their time. Not even the Romans did. And so I think it's an international thing, because if the time is changing, if the pipelines are not built in Germany anymore and we need the European pipelines, then the staff has the chance to go to France, to Italy, to Spain, to Portugal, or to Eastern Germany or Eastern Europe. So we need international standards. We need an international discussion. And because of this, I'm very happy to be here. I think that's it. That's about SIFA Germany. If you want some more information, I have some papers with me and I can show some numbers later. Let's see what it brings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sasha.
Germany will solve the problems of all Europe and the rest of Europe.
At least in the short or mid-term. So, well, thank you very much, all of you. I think what we could see here basically was how professional associations are essential for the configuration of the sector. No? Like we have three main legs, let's say. No, one would be the one related to rights and standards. No, that is very important, because basically we are in a very precarious situation usually, and we need to keep fighting day after day, to maintain, at least a minimum level of well-being, let's say, in the archaeological sector, because it's not the reality we normally live. And the only way of doing that is through these associations, either unions or professional associations that can provide the push for that. Also with the standards of the work, because sometimes we don't even get that from like the administration, top-down. Others we do, so we are very lucky. The second one has to do with communication, no? And the way that we actually interact with the different stakeholders that are related to the archaeological ecosystem. I keep loving this. I think it was, I don't remember who said it here in Pepa, but I love it. And how we have to be in permanent conversations with the ministries and other regional and local administrations, with other stakeholders within archaeology, both archaeologists, no, like universities, research centers, but also outside of the direct profession, no, like developers, constructors, etc., that need to understand, even the media that I think that we have, or we had someone here today, that need to understand what we do and why we do it, no? Because that's like the important thing. And through associations, we can channel this common voice that is essential to get somewhere. Because if you have 100 different voices telling you something, then nobody listens. But one common voice that tells you, look, this is what's going on and it's what we need. No, that usually helps. And then the third one, that is about the future, no, that is this prospective view. Alessandro said it, no, like, okay, now we have the PNN and we are okay, but what happens in a couple of years when this finishes? Or the solution, no, we have this situation now in Germany, but this is coming and we don't have enough, so what happens? No, and at the end, maybe the solution is going to Germany, but overall of that, no, I guess the solution is putting the accent in what we were gathering here for, at least the European networks, no? And at the end, thinking about archaeology not as a local thing, but as a global thing, because today we are working here, and as it happens in Spain, that you might be lucky and work your whole life in the same city or region, no, but normally you have to move around the country, sometimes you have to move abroad, no, and we have to think, at least in Europe, about this European workforce, no, that can actually respond to the demands of the sector, no, everywhere is needed, because at the end we have a different speed Europe, in which what's happening in Spain today will happen in Romania in 10 years, but what is happening in Germany in 5 years is going to happen in Poland in 20, no? And at the end, no country has enough workforce or enough resources to deal with the archaeology that we should be doing, no? And we can survive certain periods and we can do well in certain others, no? But at the end we need to work together, especially because some of the problems that we share cannot be solved from the regional or the national legislations or even from the labor agreements and things like that. They need to be solved from European regulations that are affecting us every day. So tomorrow the European Union submits a new regulation on agriculture, and suddenly in 2 months we need to intervene in like 50% extra sites, or the opposite. Archaeology is not needed anymore, no? So we need to fight for these things too at that level. And I think that's why what we are trying to do here these days, and we have been trying to independently in our countries for so long, might be important. But let's keep speaking, because I speak too much. Anyone in the table wants to add something right now? We can do another small round, like a couple of minutes, and then to the ground. Floriano, Patrick? A couple of minutes. Yeah, to add something to the general debate.
Of course, it's a good point and a good beginning to maybe think together how we can improve archaeology. Maybe start by defining what is an archaeologist professional. Maybe start by that, and find which are the main points we need to think about rights and the standardization of profession, fight against precarity, but as well looking together which are the best practices on the field. And I'm thinking about environment, the management of water, the management of pollutions, the risk. We have a lot of things we can talk together through our experience to find better solutions. As well, I was thinking about the use of new technologies, IA, standardized formats. Sometimes you have a plethora of different formats and shapes for vectorial plannings, and they ask you to send a handmade report when you can do it more quickly and much more accurate using some softwares. Other problems, the management of items. I think is a very important thing to do because management of things is cost and is patrimony. Donc, I think we have plenty of things we need to talk about, and I really hope this manifesto is just the beginning of collective smartness between us. Thank you.
Yes, just a few words about what I was thinking while listening to the colleagues from the rest of the. The first thing that we should do as a federation. I'm just talking as a federation. We have a federation, but anyway, as a group of with a European point of view. On this table, we are 3 professional associations with different stories, even one trade union and one more enterprise association, even if you have obviously even the workers. No, but anyway, so we have different background, which is could be a richness, but we do need a common language. It is not a problem of English or Spanish, obviously, but a common language to approach the problem that we decided to face. Which is now we can in this moment we can talk just as we want, because we just have the need to present ourselves, to say, okay, I'm Stark and whatever. But at the end, we should find a common language, and I think this will be one of the first things to understand together. The second is what it was talking about, Stasha. One of the first problem will be the existence, they are coming now, of European level projects that will probably lead to bigger contracts between different countries. In that case, the existence of a federation, of association, of professional association, or anyway a federation of people working on different countries is very important, because we do need a common platform to face this kind of projects that are coming now, even after the PNRR, which is nice, because probably that's life after Plano di Residenza, we hope. The last thing is linked to the rest, as listen to you, and it's normal in a way. Every country is absolutely convicted to have the best archaeology in the world. Nobody is archaeologist as us, no? And this is a problem, because it's a form of protectionism in the workers, no? As in the Germany case, no, we want just archaeologists coming from Germany because are the best. Probably they are, but I don't mind that. We do need, even in this case, European standards, European point of view about the profession, and the recognition at the European level of the profession all over Europe. Because otherwise, when we talk about mobility, the possibility to work everywhere, we are talking about nothing, no? And this is very important. I think this will be part of the first points we will have to face as a federation. Thank you.
We are a little bit different from other associations that are here, because we are a trade union, and we are very focused on the workers' rights. Much more focused than standardized practice or professional questions, like formats or kind of excavations or kind of practice that we should have in the field work or in museums or etc. But we think that we have the opportunity and we have the necessity to think and to try to have some common paths include about the recognition of the different professions. I think it's a very important point that we should work together and to have an important voice in all the different countries about the political for the heritage. Because in the last days that we spoke with each other, we have the clear idea that there are very big differences in between the countries and inside the countries too. The big countries like Spain and Germany have specific laws in different areas of the countries. We don't have this in Portugal, or a few of these in Portugal. But we think that we should have a voice. And we have one thing that we should be give a big importance. That is, it's not a guarantee. We don't have the guarantee that we'll have preventive archaeology forever in the future. And we have a political context right now in Europe that we should be very. We should take a lot of care, and we should communicate and have actions to say that we should be recognized. Yeah, our work like bioanthropologists, our work like archaeologists, but we should have a message very clear about the importance of our work, and we should have mechanisms to communicate that importance. I think this is very important, because when we have the far right or some neoliberal governments, the money could disappear and the protection could shrink. And I think we have an important work to do together with all the difference. For now, I think it's very hard to take all the different missions that we have, but we can have some priorities, and in our point of view, this priority of recognition, this priority of communicating the importance of our work, and to try to have some legal standards for protection of the heritage and for the archaeological science too. That's all. Sasha.
Yeah, I have, when we started at the first day, I've seen a typical thing, that we are seeing the problems, and when we talk about archaeology, we see the problems, and then we try to offer a solution and we see new problems. That's very dangerous. And yesterday I took some time to start some discussions on Facebook and things like that, and per email with some colleagues. And it was the same when I said, okay, we are trying here in Madrid to search for a new way for solutions. And I said, no, that's not a solution. We have to find first the German solutions. And I said, no, that was never a good idea to find German solutions. Because I'm not with you that Germany offers the solutions. We should find common solutions from Europe, not from Germany. And we have to be aware the neoliberal way what's coming up at the moment and the far right is very dangerous for us. in every way for the culture, for the archaeology, how to see archaeology, how archaeology is used, yeah, what the job of an archaeologist is in the end. Because then maybe we get the chance to get a higher rank, a better salary, if we follow our leaders. We see it in America at the moment, we see it in other countries, very, very dangerous. And so, as a boss of a company, I'm warning before these neoliberal things that are coming up in Europe. And we should be there in this thing unique and speak as one. What I think what we could do, maybe should do, is collecting the information, what we have learned in university, collecting informations that every one of us brings this information from his country, how is it organized, what's the problem in the country, so we can bring it into one pool, and then sharing, yeah, bringing it to our colleagues all over our countries and cities, and bringing it to the universities, to the students, so that we can build up a discussion. Not a discussion like we have in archaeology since 100 years, blah blah, but trying to get some structures in this discussion and bring it every year on a table and say, okay, we are offering new solutions, then we take some time discussing and then bring a new step. And I have heard a lot of things in the last 3 days, very interesting, and I think it's important to collect this and bring it in one pool.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Time flies and we don't realize it, so I will ask you in the public if there is anything, any comment, question that you want to make before we move on to the next stage of the round table. Angel there.
Hola, muchas gracias por vuestras intervenciones.
Thank you for your presentations. There's one thing that is clear, as well as being involved in the fight for the labor rights of professional archaeologists, this is also a political issue. Recently, we've seen this in the problems, Palestine, or the position of our Serbian colleagues. I mean, there are certain political situations that want to hinder freedom of speech to start. They want to create obstacles. They want to concern us when we raise our voice, as we're trying to raise our voice in Europe. They are trying to prevent it. Let's not forget that. And I'm not going to go into depth there, but that's clear. About the need to generate structures in order to be able to achieve the goals of the manifesto, that is what really concerns me. The formalities that need to have a content. And content means we need to have resources that we need to commit. You can't just leave it. You can't just be in writing and not in practical terms. And for that, we need resources, because otherwise this will disappear in 6 months' time. And I'm saying that for the audience, not so much for you, because we discussed this, but for all of us listening to this symposium, we need to be aware of that. It's great to have a commitment. It's great. This is a massive first step. It's a great first step, and it's fantastic to have the collaboration of all the professional associations. Some of them are not here, but we know they are online. But it's important to bear in mind the resources we will need to continue being together. So there's the political reasons, the political environment, and then we also need the social support. We have the Faro 2005 convention, and I think that part is included in the manifesto. And this is self-criticism from a Spanish perspective. Because sometimes bad working conditions are left aside, not just in public or in scientific publications, but when we actually talk to citizens, we need to make sure that the society participates not in the heritage management, but in the knowledge about our problems. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else, apart from Angel, anyone else that would like to say anything else? If you allow me? Amen to what you said. I think that we all agree with that, and that's what's been mentioned, and we're aware of that. The problem is how to provide those resources, yes. And yes, I agree also about the importance of raising awareness among society, explaining our work, demystifying the Indiana Jones and the dinosaur and going beyond that. I think that's really key for all of us, and we really need to, we have a social duty that we have to respect, and amongst them is communication and public awareness. When we talk about resources and updates, how many did you say? 1 billion? Sasha, did you say 1 billion? You have 1 billion for us? 2 billion. God, double of reasons for us to go there then.
Sasha, quiero apuntar.
Sasha, I wanted to just underline about that issue. My company has just been awarded with the follow-up of the hydrogen pipes in the north of Spain. You cannot even imagine the amount of money we're talking about. Enagas doesn't assess the value of archaeologists like you do, or like you have. I mean, it looks like I'm following up a house, you know, rather than a hydro pipe of 250 kilometers. My budget is ridiculously small. I don't need archaeologists because simply I do not have the money to pay them, unfortunately. And I have to do it with 3 archaeologists that are well paid, with 5,000 euros salary a month. But 3 archaeologists in just a month and a half, 250 kilometers. So the impact, well, incredible. And then there's the execution, like you say. And only for the tender, only multinational companies can participate. They need to have headquarters in London, Dubai, or the US. They need to have at least headquarters in one of those 3. These are international public tenders. Companies from Italy and the UK have contacted us to try and do the prior study. So it's not the electricity companies or the gas companies, even though they are multinationals. Anyway, that's all. Precariousness, bad working conditions.
Is before they started, I had worked for some of these pipelines before when I was working for the State Department, and then the State Department did the work and said you have to pay for it. And then it was really a problem because the State Department was slow. And then these companies learned that it's better to have the work done faster, because the Heritage Board said, okay, we need the report. We want a report. And then we had a problem. There were some accidents happening on this pipeline, and they had to stop because the archaeology was not safe. So we had 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, half a month, stop, and then it's getting so really expensive for the whole project that it's not about a little bit of archaeology. So they said, okay, we don't want a stoppage. And we are doing, this is really, really a new thing, because they came to us before they even started to hire the other companies. My company did 2018 the planning of the pipeline, the power line, and we had the chance to plan the route, because we tried to find a route with less archaeology. And I said, okay, give us all your data, and then we try, and then okay, that's okay. And so we planned the whole track. It was before it was planned in the part of the Roman Empire, would be highly expensive. Afterwards, I said, "Wow, cool! We need only 10% of the archaeologists." And that we trust in you because you're making it cheaper, really cheaper. And now we are planning the next line. And in this part, we said it's not possible to plan it here and here because this is Roman, this is very Celtic, here are a lot of graveyards, it's getting expensive. And I said, money doesn't matter. And we said, yeah, it's not a problem of money, we don't have enough archaeologists in Europe. And then I said, oh, okay, then we planned, and now the line is getting shorter, and they spare a lot of money. The line is getting cheaper because we were planning it in a more efficient route. And I said, wow, that's cool. Archaeologists are clever. And so they said, if you are so clever, then please tell us how to do our work. And then we started working with them. In their companies are archaeologists. They are doing the discussions with us. Sometimes I have the contact with the lawyers, but oftenly I talk with archaeologists from these companies. And I think this was a long way of 20 years that we had the negotiations between these companies, archaeology, state departments, and all these things. This was a long way until we get there. And now it's really working. And they accept us as long as we do our work. And that's the high risk, because there is always the question, what is more important? The Roman village or 20 million jobs and the future of Germany? And so maybe if we fail doing our job properly, everyone, even me, will tell everyone 20 million jobs are more important than the Roman village. And so we have this agreement, and I think this is a really good example how to do it. And I hope that we bring this example all over Europe and tell this is a good way. Of course it's expensive, but in the whole package it doesn't matter. And I think that's what we have to tell, not about the heritage and remembering the past. We have to tell them it's only a part of the job, and we can keep it in the price, and we do it proper, and in the end we save the past for the future. That's the fine thing, but it's for everyone. And it's a part of the project. We are doing the whole project. I'm the project manager for Südlink, and not the archaeologists who are trying to stop everything. And it's a new role.
Thank you, Sasha, because this has been my dream for so many years. I tried this when I started with my company, like 2010, 11, 12, something like that, and it was impossible to make the Spanish construction companies understand that, because I really believe it works, and now you prove it works, which is great, so thank you. Maybe now we can tell them again, and maybe they understand. But we have been talking about the manifesto, the federation, blah, blah, a lot, and you didn't see it yet. So it's the moment to show that. If you can please change the... Hello, someone tell her to put it here, because he's not looking. Oh, by the way, yeah, sorry, because I'm not looking at the screen. Thank you very much, Julian. You can stay, but you are going to disappear from the screen now. And it's the moment to actually show you the manifesto. We called it the Madrid Manifesto because we are here, but the actual title is Manifesto for Archaeology Professionals and the Recognition in Europe. No? And as I told you before, today we are going to do sort of the signature of this manifesto as the commitment to start working together in the future federation that we will continue talking about in the next weeks and months. And well, you can read it there, but in case you don't want to read, because to fit it, the letters are quite small, I'm going to read it and you can listen to it in the translation if not. Preventive archaeology is one of the most effective tools for the protection of cultural heritage in Europe. Its objective is to anticipate, assess and mitigate the impacts that human activities, mainly those derived from public works, urbanization and territorial development, may have on archaeological remains. Far from being an obstacle, this practice is an opportunity to integrate the past into the planning of the present and the future, ensuring that collective memory is preserved and transmitted to future generations. The consolidation of this professional practice was supported by the implementation of European heritage and environmental conservation policies since the 1970s, and was legally formalized in the European Convention for the Protection of Archaeological Heritage in Valletta in 1992, and more recently the Framework Convention on the Value of Cultural Heritage for Society in Faro 2005. Strengthened the social and participatory dimension of heritage, posing new challenges for its management. However, despite this legislative support and the undoubted importance of preventive archaeology, its practice in Europe remains marked by job insecurity, precarious working conditions, incohesive legislation, and a lack of social recognition. Despite being highly qualified professionals, the archaeological sector faces temporary contracts, low salaries, forced mobility, a lack of full occupational health and safety guarantees, and increasing pressure stemming from the structural dependence on the construction sector. Too often, archaeology is perceived as a formality or a hindrance to development, when it really is an investment in sustainability, identity, and social cohesion. Faced with this situation, we demand: first, professional recognition. Preventive archaeology must be consolidated as an essential activity of public interest, with common standards of training, practice, health and safety, and ethics across Europe. Second, comprehensive measures. Archaeology involves many activities beyond fieldwork that are essential for the full completion of our scientific duty. A comprehensive idea of the archaeological process needs to be recognized and secured to enhance access and knowledge. Third, employment guarantees. Decent, stable, and safe working conditions, as well as fair salaries commensurate with the level of responsibility of archaeology professionals, enabling all workers in the sector to live with dignity. Fourth, European legislative harmonization. A common framework that ensures the real and effective implementation of the Valletta Convention and the Faro Convention in all member states, regardless of national specificities. And fifth, social recognition and citizen participation. Policies that make visible that preventive archaeology is not an obstacle, but an added value that enriches the present and strengthens the common European future. Furthermore, to ensure access to archaeological knowledge and the means to make it possible. This manifesto calls on European institutions, national and regional administrations, professional associations and citizens to affirm commitment, to place preventive archaeology in its rightful place as a cultural right, a public responsibility and a worthy professional field. Only through comprehensive recognition, professional, labor, legislative and social, can we ensure that preventive archaeology fully fulfills its function, protecting the past so that Europe's future is built on more just, sustainable and historically conscious foundations. And this is what we are going to sign now in Madrid at the 26th of September 2025. Susana, for the PEPA, because I'm not, I will just invite you to actually sign it, so every association can keep a copy, and we can also leave one for the archive of the Arqueology National Museum here in Madrid, as a sort of, hopefully, an historical moment in which we are finally starting to move together towards a better archaeology. So we have some copies here, and some pens that Sigam provided for the signature, so grab a pen, well, one per association, and another one there. So get one copy each, and then we pass them around, and we make the photo and all that. And yeah. In the back, next to your association, and then the extra one, like, okay. Yeah. You will have to sign 5 or 6, so. Pass them this way, like, yeah. Then, okay, wait. You just bought my house. So with this and 4 minutes before time, just really thank you very much, muito obrigado, danke, grazie, merci beaucoup. I think this is like hopefully the beginning of a good path, that we might take for a better future archaeology in Europe, and we are really grateful that you were here, with us in this moment and along the last weeks that we have been talking about this. And now, basically, the next steps are, first of all, opening this to other associations, because there was one limitation for this, that was budget. We couldn't bring everybody we would like to, but there are more colleagues out there. Some of them know, some of them don't know yet, but they will hopefully join the federation in the next weeks. And after that, we will have to think a lot about what we are going to do, how we are going to do it, and also, as Angel said, and all that, how are we going to fund it? Because it's not the same working at home that working at the international level, but I think we can be confident that there is a goodwill and especially a lot of strength among all of us to do something good and hopefully fruitful for our profession. So I think we have the last session now, so your turn. Thank you very much.
Ábreselo. Ay, gracias. All'una. España, nosotros comemos tarde.
Ah, capito. Pure in Italia.
Bueno,
Okay, so what should we say? Good afternoon. I believe it's 1 o'clock, so it's good afternoon. So we're finishing, as you said, with that historical manifesto, I hope that that will be the case with time. And we will close with a continuistic perspective towards the future. We are looking towards the future. So what will happen from now on? And we have two experienced professionals with much experience in their own fields, which are actually our field. That is why they're here. So Moraga is an expert in law. She knows the cultural sector in general. I'm not going to introduce her because she was here during the whole day yesterday, and lots was said about her, not just us, but also the AG Traductores colleagues, and Tariq as well talked about you, and she's helping us with the development of everything that we have been mentioning here. So for those of you who are online, as we say, she's a lawyer specializing in the artistic and cultural sector. She has a long career, and she has been trained both in the legal sector and the culture sector. She's a specialist. I mean, you know that sometimes it's actually her own life that has given her the expertise, her own development, her family, her environment. So she's amazing. She's great. And Xavi, I don't know you as much, but I do know your team. I do know your team and have known them for a very long time at the University of Barcelona. And they have been actually working in Europe in the Charter project, which they will talk about here today. Let's see how it goes, because Mr. Yan is already telling us that we have to take off the PowerPoint. We need to have dialogues. It's true that the Archaeological Museum and the Staple do not really help with that format, because it's a bit of a traditional setup, but they will have a dialogue. The question was whether we needed to intervene at some point, we, the audience. Well, yes, if we do have the time, we might, but it's for them to manage content and times, because they have been working on it. And I'm sure that they will talk about lots of different things, because you know that plans are there to not be respected. So thank you both for your commitment, for your availability, and I hope that this will be the first of many different occasions. She has to turn the microphone on. Hello? Okay, so good afternoon, and
everybody here coming from Europe, welcome to Spain and to Madrid.
I'm very happy to be here today, and I was very happy to get here when you were actually explaining firsthand a case of some preventive archaeology practices, and then I got to listen to the manifesto being read, and it actually moved me. I have to say that I really loved being here. It was very well articulated. The message is very clear, and having having that basis, I think you have a first piece to create your path along the way as a platform, as a network, as whatever legal entity you decide to become. Now, maybe I should tell you something and then we'll start a dialogue, but I do think it's important to say that right now you're thinking about how you can shape this up from a legal standpoint. Well, right now I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there have been lots of movements about AI and their impact in the cultural sector. Well, aside from the impact that the AI may have in the cultural and artistic sector, but also on all of us in one way or another, what I have seen is that it is really transcendent it is really important to have trans-European associations that are made up of organizations coming from all of the member states in the EU, and to have a united voice with a very clear message in order to have enough strength to convince and to have a political impact at the European level. So, in order to do that, you have to have a legal, you have to be some sort of legal entity. I don't know if Fabi told you about this yesterday, but in the case of the European Forum, Illustrators European Forum, they have been working for a very long time in an informal way as a network, but now they are constituting themselves as a federation, as a European federation of professional illustrators, and they have here in Spain their headquarters and And their work will be to do political lobbying at the EU and in all of the member states, trying to promote and fight for the rights of professional illustrators. So you, as archaeologists, can do the same thing, and federations can be created with associations and federations. So, I mean, you would create an association, because here in Spain, if you were to do it here in Spain, it would be an entity that is the umbrella under which different federations and associations stand. I mean, associations and federations from different countries. So you do have different possibilities. And then you have the manifesto, which is essential, because you have there reflected the objectives of the bylaws of an association or whatever organization you create. So the first step has already been taken. So I will stop here, and that was what I wanted to share, because I don't know if you knew this. Well, I'm not going to say the same thing, because we're very different people, you and I, and that is what is so helpful about these debates. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for your invitation, and secondly, I would like to congratulate you for this initiative. Aside from everything that Eva has said, I really like the mise en scène, because right now everyone signs with a digital signature, and here you sign by hand. So that mise en scène is something that I really like. I think in and of itself, it's a way of defending your position and putting it in the repository and so on. And as for what she's saying, it is very important, because this is a global process in many aspects, and there are many, many differences between the different countries. But having something in common, I mean, there are lots of elements in common which are necessary. I mean, we have to add up all of our efforts, and we need to have a united voice. I mean, she comes from the legal world, so everything has to be translated into laws, but laws and rules are the translation of the spirit or of the problems that we have tabled, right? So you can talk to us about that quite a bit, right? Because the Charter project is also based on an alliance of organizations with a very clear objective, right? Well, yes, I am Xavier Roige. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm a frustrated archaeologist, because I did study archaeology at some point, but then I decided to dedicate myself to anthropology and mainly to museums, which is the world that I know. So this project, the Charter project, was a project within a huge project, very difficult to manage, I'd say, because it was a project that intended during 3 years to analyze how the cultural sector in Europe worked with regards to professionalization. So all of these aspects. The objective was to create a sectorial strategy, a strategy within the world of European heritage. It was specifically European heritage, to see the differences, the gaps, the different professional activities, the diversities or the differences between European countries. And it was a huge project where there were 47 members. So for a European project, you can imagine what it would entail to manage 47 partners. There were universities. We coordinated it from the University of Barcelona, and 14 different countries participated, and there were professional sectors, some networks, some European networks already, such as heritage networks, museum networks, cultural management networks, so they already had that experience. But we also had governments, some regional governments as well, and some professional sectors and universities. So it was a very large spectrum. And this project, I'm just going to give you a brief presentation of the project, what the project was for, why did we spend all of this money. So the analysis that we wanted to do with regards to heritage allowed us to, just to summarize, you will find it all in the website of the project, in Charter's website. You will find lots of documents that can be helpful for you, that could maybe guide you and can show you the main results. But mainly, I think that there are 3 elements that could be the summary of that long work that we did. There are lots of different professional sectors, lots of different sectors and professions, and that does not make it easy, because we counted within the labor market around 40 different professional profiles. I'm talking about heritage, not cultural sector in general. And there were subsectors, subcategories. For instance, in the field of archaeology, there were around 3 or 4 different subsectors that were subdivided into lots of different sectors as well. And the professional needs are not the same ones for each of those sectors. And that makes it harder to work on the project, and that idea of professionalization makes it harder, because you have other professions where the statute is much easier. I mean, there is diversity with what being a doctor means or what being a lawyer means, but in the mind of people, in people's minds, it's clearer. But being a museum curator, there are lots of, or in a museum, there are lots of different professionals. There are lots of different things. And the second element is that we detected very different norms and rules in the different countries. The legislations, the standards are very different from one country to the next. And that makes it easier for us to have a European table, because some of the degrees are not recognized from one country to the next. And I'm just talking about the European sector or market, where we have a common framework. So if we go to the international arena outside of Europe, it's even more difficult. And I also thought it was important to highlight that there are some gaps and some formative barriers that are quite important. In some cases, there is a clear difference between what is being taught in universities, which is where I am. That's my job. There is a difference between what is taught in the universities and what we do in the professional practice. So the university in general, in more countries, in some countries more than others, they teach you to become an academic. So in archaeology, in information, in cultural heritage, they teach you to be a member of the academia. So here in the round table, we've been talking about problems that I cannot see when teaching archaeology or teaching cultural heritage, how to work in a company, how to ask for a permit, how to do this or that. And I think that gap is quite important. And it's not that I think it's quite important, it's actually one of the key elements, how to overcome this, and how universities could to change so that training was a reflection of the reality. So it was important to have ongoing training. I could talk about that for a longer time, but we all have to speak. So they have given us a very, very long script that we will not be able to tackle. But these are some of the most important topics.
Yeah, but you mentioned something very important, which is cross-sectional, and is the fact that in the field of training, education, university education or higher education, all the issues that have to do with the professionalization of the sector is not mentioned much. For instance, when I created my firm was because in arts no one told us anything about how to integrate the labor market. If you wanted to be an artist, how could you go to a gallery, sell your works, etc. And I think that lack of practicality is present in all the cultural degrees. So when you have done that map of cultural professions, that mapping of cultural professions within cultural sectors, have you included only those that didn't have a creative and artistic work, or have you also included the creative artists? It was really difficult to limit it, because artistic creativity, does it end at the doors of the museum or the heritage? But it's true that analyzing our creativity, artistic creativity sectors were not so important to us, even though we saw there's lots in common. For instance, one thing that is very much in common, and when we spoke about precariousness or bad working conditions, that affects the whole cultural sector, not just the heritage sector. But in the heritage sector, we saw that 50–55% of the people were working with temporary contracts, and that is an important element, right? More in some sectors than in others, obviously, depended, and it's also down to the country. But what I've realized is that, I mean, you've done that mapping of cultural heritage professionals, and maybe there will be artists and author organizations or associations that say they also want to be included. When we are making the heritage of the future, we are not included. However, when we're doing the statute of the artist, we also focus a lot on authors and artists and all the other workers of cultural workers that are essential in the added value chain in the different sectors. Well, it was very difficult to include them, really. Even though in the end we've managed to make sure that our politicians talk about culture workers to include archaeologists, curators, people working in the critiques, etc. All those people that work together to make sure that the heritage being generated can be enjoyed by all. It was really difficult, both for the sector, but also for the associations of actors or artists. Why are archaeologists here? Why are all the professionals in the statute of artists? What do they have to do with it? And that's just a comment I heard. But even more for the public authorities, it was hard, because even the name, we called it the commission on that was working in the parliament on this was for the legal statute of artists. The idea of cultural workers was difficult for them, and all the self-employed people working in the cultural sector, that's something they didn't like very much. When we talk to them about the problems of working conditions, irregularity in the revenues or income, and the difficult working statute is kind of common to all the sector's professionals. Both cultural workers, artists, and archaeologists are also an example of that. You've always been, through the person that's here, you've been present, raising your voice too. Because, for instance, in the last meeting we held with the tax office, at the beginning they found it difficult, yes, but why are archaeologists here? If we're talking here about specific sections, tax sections. So it was difficult for them to understand it. What I've encountered is that in the world of cultural heritage, everything's focused on the past, on what it was, not always, but in the museums and art centers is also, there are also contemporary artists, but that created a gap, a distance between creation itself and management or other activities within heritage. Yeah, I mean, in general, from the other side, it's interesting, the professional situations are the same. And there were many professionals, and the statutes of artists were not very useful for this type of issues. It was seen as something complementary. And because we thought, well, it's a different practice. Well, they said, well, we have to be like artists. They have it all solved. And it's not true. They don't have it all solved. But there was always that thought, that impression. Yeah, I mean, it depends in the different EU countries. The situation is very different. It has nothing to do between countries. And what conclusions did you draw? Because you've said that you found information on professionalism, but about what specific areas of it that were common? I mean, the main gaps that were highlighted were in the legal field, new technologies, languages, but also, I mean, mainly in those, a lot on the legal aspects. How to, you know, not so much legal, but for instance, financial issues too, like how do you make a quote and stuff like that. So that was one of the key issues that came up and that we identified. There were many others, but those were the ones that were constant elements. So the professional career, I mean, obviously there are different levels of demand. In some cases you ask just for a degree, in other cases you ask for a degree and master's degree, in others you don't ask for any qualification, depending on the profession, right? And that generates many differences between countries affected in general. And also, another element that should be highlighted is the fact that the cultural investments made by different countries is very different. There are countries like Spain. I think in Spain the investment in culture is just above 0.3% of the GDP, I think. 0.38, I think. France is 1%. Netherlands 1.5%. So obviously that makes also a difference in the professional situations. We also identified that some countries, despite what had been gathered, there's different situations in Portugal or in Italy, but we identified that, for instance, in the most Mediterranean countries in general, Spain, Portugal, Italy, mainly in those three countries, the working conditions were worse and the precariousness was higher amongst cultural workers, especially those that do not work directly for the government, which are most of them. It's true that in the some of cultural workers are part of the civil servant body. And what are the conclusions that you drew in terms of recommendations for the future in order to improve it? Well, recommendations, I'm not going to mention all of them, obviously, because it will be too tedious, but there are 12. There's 12 recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of them, but for instance, there's one between the professional development and education or training. There were 2 recommendations. One, to update the curricula in the degree and in the masters, especially in the masters. I think the key pending subject on Bologna were masters. Masters ended up being just 1 more year, continuity, whereas it was supposed to be much more focused on becoming a professional. For instance, we have 2 masters that are professional masters. One is cultural management, another heritage management, and they last 2 years. So that's what we teach. In those we teach things like how to make quotes, but most masters are not focused on that. And that's why the difference should be on lifelong training. And lifelong training is a bit more resolved in that area. I'm not going to mention all of them, there's 12, but there's, for instance, the lack of professional recognition is a key element. And thus, there was the need to create European networks. That's another basic recommendation. And there are certain strategies included here, because this prevents mobility, for instance, of the right remuneration. So a lack of recognition also may lead to all of that. And then there were digital gaps. That was also important. And obviously this did not come out of nothing. It was an overnight. There was also the issue, when we talk about the future especially, I think we have to talk more about the future, because there's going to be an impact with the introduction of artificial intelligence into our professions, and the impact is considerable. And then there's institutional fragmentation. Just like in Spain, there are many different rules depending on the region where you are. That may happen in other countries, in Italy, in Germany, etc. There's a lot of legal fragmentation that also hinder all of this. But anyway, there are documents with specific recommendations, in fact, about all of this. So I don't need to go into detail in all of those. There are many recommendations trying to deal with all those different aspects. And I don't know if you can tell us anything about archaeologists, more specifically. Yes, archaeologists in the sector, without a doubt. I think that, I'm sure you've spoken profusely about that over the last 2 days, but there was clearly, initially, within the archaeology, there are different professions too. There's preventive archaeology, which is what you've spoken about the most in the previous table, but then there's the cultural manager, those working in the museums, those that do university research, etc., etc. Moreover, in the archaeology sector, there's a specific degree. Not all universities have it, not all EU universities have it. But since 2007, there's a degree on anthropology, and that has an advantage because it gives it visibility. For instance, I work on museology. There is no degree on museology. There's anthropology or other types, but there's nothing that is just for museums. There's no specific degree on museums. That's pro, because it gives social visibility that other professions don't have, and it also has a con, which is that those degrees, not so much for university students, but the professional companies tell us that the degrees are not focused on becoming workers, that they are focused on becoming researchers at universities, and only very few of them will become archaeological researchers, right? So that is also another of the issues that was mentioned. And then there were other very specific things for archaeology. The preventive archaeology, that obviously, well, we have data, maybe the data is not here, but most of archaeologists are working also in precarious conditions, similar to other sectors. And in the study, and this is common, I think, but I think that would happen the same in archaeology. I think that what I always admired about the archaeologist is that you're very strong because you work under the beating sun in the summer. That's one of the reasons why I didn't choose archaeology. When I see them at university campus working on the site, I think, oh my God, that gives you certain resistance or resilience. But I think, and I think that's common to all the professions, but many of them stop working on that field and they abandon, they give up. And when we asked, nearly 50% were willing to give up because they did not make ends meet, or other. Only 5% really thought in the survey. Only 5% of them thought that cultural jobs are well recognized in the socially. That's something I always say. If once, out of coincidence, I went to a referendum in Switzerland they were talking about enlarging an anthropology museum, extending it, making it bigger, and they were voting because people vote for everything, and I thought, wow, if we did that, in Spain, how many museums to build, I think we'll probably lose most of the referendums, like that one also lost, but then they did a second referendum and with a more limited extension. So I don't know, I think there's a lack of knowledge about our profession. I don't know if the society really believe that archaeologists, anthropologists, etc. are so much needed. Also because something that was mentioned is that culture contributes to a significant part of the economy. I mean, it accounts to a significant part of our economy. I can't remember how much, but I think it was about 3.5% of the Spanish GDP is provided by a culture, 4% in other countries. That is also something that, to which we have to give value. If you want, I can tell you what's happened in the statute of the artist and how we have worked on it. One of the things that was essential to me from the beginning was how we could put boundaries on who is a cultural worker. We call it to limit the subjective scope to which certain rules will be applied. That's how we call it in legal terms. And right from the beginning, the different ministries said, well, let's start approving it and then we'll see. And so regulations have been approved. But the problem is that when we come to regulations that were more cross-cutting, finally, in the public authority, someone said, well, but we cannot approve it without knowing who this is going to affect. And I said, exactly, that's what we've been saying right from the start. So the Statute of Artists was approved unanimously in the Parliament in 2018, and since 2018 till now, we can say we started to work subjectively to decide who we are now, 7 years later, which is quite incredible. So fortunately, we have been able to make a list of cultural professions. You are included, and you're in the income tax, and when you look at the classification of professional careers, you have a specific item for you. I'm not sure whether you've explained the difference and the impact that these things will have, because when I talk to Ángel, I feel that there's some concepts are still being mixed, because there's the tax classification and the CNAE classification. And sometimes people say, but who cares what the number is? No, the number that they are assigned to you is key. On the one hand, because from a tax perspective, economic activities have what they called an item. It's an epigraph, it's an item that separates the type of tax income that you're going to have to pay. That was in the past, but this number is still being assigned. All professions are therefore classified with that number. And that's what the tax office uses to realize whether you're doing a professional career or whether it's a business activity. And that has effects if you are on the income tax. It will have an effect on it. However, in the national security, these epigraphs or these headings are not used, these items are not used. They do not use those numbers. They use a different set of numbers. And those different set of numbers are a national classification of economic activities. And it's only used for statistics. And it has certain standards used internationally in order to do comparative studies amongst countries on the economic condition, for instance, when you tax certain professions. So there are some professions, cultural professions, that are within certain number classifications that are purely artistic, and others are outside. They do not have, they are considered just other professions, or they are in under headings that have nothing to do with them. And there are some cultural professions that do not have a specific number in the national securities list. And that means that when measures have to be applied for culture, many professionals have no number, specific number on the tax office, no specific number on the national security, so they are left out. Or some have in the tax office, but they do not have it in the national security list. Therefore, it's a mess. And what we try to do is, well, we try to see how we are registered, or how can we be recorded so that we can see the cultural professions. And if someone identifies their economic number, accounting number, and others the code, then they can see that they can be considered to be in a specific area, and it's been considered such in all the ministries, regardless of what you're talking. And archaeology, well, in the case of archaeology, we have the 776, which is like psychologists, historians, anthropologists, and others, and other similar activities. So people who have PhD or degrees. In one of the latest meetings we had, I was quite hopeful about the possibility that maybe it would be possible for those who are more closely linked to cultures, such as archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, could have their own economic activity tax number. Where sociologists, psychologists are totally, they have nothing to do with us. However, all that topic is on hold. There's no immediate solution expected, no. It's on hold also because of the political context in which we are. It's not easy at the moment. And what is true, and that's a step forward, is that both the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Tax and the Social Security, they all have the new draft list. So if they want to do the work, they can do it. But do they want to do it? Because I think there's a lack of will. That will have tax implications, yes, obviously. Because if you are not considered a cultural professional, none of the measures approved in favor of cultural professions will apply to you. And that's, for instance, what's happened with one of the measures approved, which shows the specific tax treatment to what they call irregular income, or, you know, because one year you may earn a lot, another year you may earn less, and there could be uncouplings. Maybe one year you have all the expenses and the revenues will come the following year, and that is problems. It's an important problem when you do your tax return. So there's this specific law. However, it doesn't apply archaeologists because it has only gone to other specific activity, tax activity numbers. So they will not be able to benefit from those changes. Or, for instance, for the national security, it's the same. In the national code, national security code, there's one which is research in the social sciences and humanities in the academia. Well, in that number, it's so general that there are many people included. So in those cases, the Social Security says, for instance, one of the measures that could be applied, that's been on the table at the moment, it's been negotiated for a while now, we don't know what's going to happen, is a special allowance if you have, if your activity stops. If it's only for a specific number or a specific code, then what's happening to not all researchers could apply for it? They're a bit scared about it. And that's the problem mainly. And that's why it's good to have a register, because it's easier then to know who we are, to have specific figures of who is going to be affected by the different measures, and also because from the public authorities' perspective, they need to know how much this is going to cost in public money. Any allowance or benefit I give, this could have an effect on, this is money, because we're talking here about social allowances that cost money. So that's what we're working on. also, in the field of archaeology, there's two types of main income. This is a question. The two types of income are treated differently in tax. There's the part that comes from research subsidies, and then you have the specific service contracts for preventive archaeology or whatever, and they are treated from a tax perspective different, that income. But do you mean subsidies to professionals that do that work? No. For instance, one thing is a contract with a company or with a public authority to carry out a service, and then there's a research project. And sometimes private companies also carry out research work, and you receive a subsidy. Well, it will then depend on the type of subsidy you receive and who's receiving it. And that will be, the tax deductions will be different, or tax that will be applied will be different. If you receive a subsidy as a freelancer, someone who's self-employed, who has a little archaeology firm and receives a grant or a subsidy for a specific archaeological project, that's considered to be revenue from the economic activity. So that is a revenue that it will just add to the invoices that you issue. It will just be like any other income. So that's all added together, and then they will discount the expenses, and then that's it. It depends what it is. Depending on the type of subsidy or your legal entity, then from a tax perspective, it could be very different.
Yes, I actually don't know if there are any questions. If you want, we could maybe answer to some of the questions about this first matters. I think that what was fundamental was mobilizing the professionals. You know, having the PEPA, having the platform has actually been very important as well, to be able to hear your voice, because in the end, I mean, this is something that can be clearly seen in any culture within the cultural sector, is that if you want to achieve something, you need to have articulated voices and leadership and a very clear vision of what it is that is needed. Yes, you have to be present. We always have to be there, and we mustn't let go. We mustn't stop. Yes, the social perception is very important, and in that sense, Xavi, you said that you have been working, or you have detected within the project, you have seen the importance of creating networks, which is the case at hand here. Could you maybe give us the contacts of those professional networks, of archaeology networks that have participated? Yes. Archaeology networks, you know them better than us. Yes. But since they have already worked, yes. But there are sectors that are maybe more advanced. There's the sector of museum and heritage, and with regards to networks, they're much more advanced, much more, because obviously there is an institutional practice that is, I mean, there are lots of problems in the sector, in the museum sector and heritage sector, but obviously, since it's more institutionalized, there is more public presence. There is a body such as ICOM that has been working for many years and that has a certain prestige to consider codes of ethics and professional codes and studies and so on. So there are networks of European museums that have a certain presence. And there are also association networks. Those are lagging behind a bit. The museum networks, the professional networks are not as well known because the big associations actually get most of the pie. I mean, it's not that they get most of the pie, but they have a greater impact. So we have the Candenticum, and it's fundamental. So these contacts, I do think, would be good. But obviously, what is being done in archaeology is important as well, but I'm sure that you know them better than we do. Okay, thank you very much, Xavi. But I think that you should really look at the experience of other networks and how they have been built. So the references of the problems and how they face them. Yes, there are some, actually some more partial, such as preservation, for instance, or conservation. Conservation is those that are better better organized, and others are scarcely organized, such as the material heritage. That is, they're not well organized. Yes, we had the president of the Spanish restorers. Yes, they're very well organized.
Y una defensa profesional.
And with a great professional defense, and they're the champions of the profession, and that's how it should be. Because, you know, there is much intrusivism, you know, there are lots of people who are working in that field without any training. For instance, in digs, we don't have that as much. You always have to have a director, but then you hire other people, so assistants and so on, and that is some unauthorized practice. So there needs to be a director, but in other fields, not so much. But obviously, there is always people doing this unauthorized practice, and we have to fight against that. About that. So no one would ever be a doctor without having the training, but you can do things within the arts without having a degree. We all know those cases, don't we? Yes, obviously. And Eva, with regards to the census, the registry, census of artists, Nicole from the Ministry of Social Security was really encouraging us to doing it. He was asking the colleagues to detail the problems that they face and in the digs and the diseases and the underwater archaeology details in caves and so on. And she was inviting us to creating a census. But yes, an artist census, could you maybe explain that to us? How would you see that? Would you think that is feasible? Well, let me see. The thing is that this is a two-edged sword, because everything that has to do with a registration, it means that in order to register, you need to fulfill a series of requirements. So what are those requirements that will have to be fulfilled in order to access that registration or that registry? What will have to be proven? Who will be able to register? In other countries, for instance, they have had very serious debates about what it means to be a professional in each of the sectors, and the criteria are very different. So, for instance, in the field of artists, in some countries, such as, for instance, Canada, what we have is a list of different criteria, and if you fulfill 2 or 3 or 4 or a combination of a set criteria, you can register as an artist. It's like having a training, having gotten awards, having gotten grants, to be recognized by colleagues in the profession, to have had exhibits, that sort of thing. All of those things combined do give you access to the profession. In your case, it'd be easier, for instance, but in other professions, it's not that easy, or maybe it's very difficult. I don't know, you're supposed to tell me. But then it also entails the fact that if we consider that lots of people in the sector are paying for their taxes, then they stop paying for the taxes, depending on whether they have projects or not. If you're in a registry, automatically, and I'm guessing that it's a registry that both the Treasury and the Social Security will have access to, then both of them will get information about whether this person was registered or is not registered. Do they do it usually? Do they pay for the Social Security? Do they not? So that entails a risk as well. So it's not that simple. I mean, it's very easy to say because that's easier for them. I mean, for the Social Security, that's great, but it makes your lives harder. So that topic is not that clear. How do we do that registry? Is it just a list of professions and not so much a registry? Because that obviously entails more bureaucracy for the sector as well. Because I know that you're allergic to bureaucracy. I include myself, I'm also allergic to bureaucracy. So it's just one step forward. Everything has to be done. You have to be updating the information. You have to have all of the administrative information in order. You have to allow the different administrations for them to have your information on real time, so it does have consequences, and it makes your life harder and more complicated. And then what we are seeing as well is that there are lots of difficulties and lots of ideological elements with regards to what needs to be included in the registry or not, and lots of fights, and I'm actually suffering that. It's just like professional colleges, right? Yes, for some professions you need to be part of a college, of a professional college. Well, yes, a person who has just studied archaeology, for instance, what does he do? Does he have to register in that registration? Does he have to enter their name? Do we consider them professional already or not? And would they just, only professionals would have access to that registry, or anyone who has a degree in any cultural topic would be able to access? Would we need to always be paying our taxes as a freelance or in the social security or not? If it's needed, then will there be some sort of measure that will make it easier to have some sort of a flat tariff that would allow for everyone to always be paying their taxes, even though they don't have a contract at the time? Because that is something that we are also considering. So talking about a census as the only step without having a cross-cutting global vision of what consequences that has is very easy for the administration. Obviously, the Social Security, they are the ones who have said, well, we were the ones who were saying this to the Social Security, look at the situation we have, but now the government team has changed, and now the first ones who got here, they said, we need to know this. So obviously, yes, you need to know this, but those who have been well identified, they're identified. I mean, you could start doing it with them, and you could give them a solution. But there's no will, there's no political will, because it's also a matter of money, and the situation in Social Security is quite difficult right now. So when they talk to you, and I'm telling you because if you're in forums and so on, if they talk to you about the census of the list of registration, they should also talk to you about how that is going to be linked to measures that will not put you in a situation of danger of being sanctioned by the public administrations, because that is the side of the story that they choose not to tell. Now, we don't have time. I'm sorry, the time has flown by. It's amazing. I haven't realized it. So, yes, what you were saying was something that was often mentioned to determine who is a professional. So sometimes it's very clear because you have a university training, a specific training that allows you to become a conservator or restorer, and you have to have your number, and that is it. And if you don't have it, you cannot do it, although there is all of this sector of people who are aficionados and they do what they can. But in some fields, in archaeology, it would be relatively easy because there are archaeology degrees, but many of the people who are here today who are older, maybe you have not gotten your degree in archaeology. You got your degree in history. For instance, I have a degree in history and geography, general history and geography, which was what we had at the time. But then there's also some practices and European dynamics that are against this idea of, because there are some university degrees that are a bit more flexible. Yes, exactly. That is why the requirement of training cannot be essential for many professions within the sector of culture, because some people, there are many professions that are just self-taught, completely self-taught. So that is why when we had that debate in Canada, they decided, and not just in Canada, in other countries as well, they decided to have that list of criteria, and if you can tick a couple boxes, and you have to determine how many boxes, then you can be considered as a professional. Yes, for instance, in the field of museums, for instance, the legislation is very different from one place to another. In Catalonia, we do have a regulation, and in order to be registered as a museum, you have to have a minimum of people with a specific training, with a master's degree in museums working there. But it's just a minimum threshold, because then there are other professionals as well who have to be there. But that is very, very difficult. I mean, it's not like a doctor who has his number, he belongs to the school, to the College of Doctors, or like an architect. Okay, thank you very much. I would ask you to maybe share a couple more minutes. You have already showed us what the ingredients are, the network, the training, you've talked about precariousness, you've talked about uniting and demanding and so on. But we have tried to imagine the archaeology of the future, and that is what we're working for. But from your experience, if you had a magic wand and you had all of the resources, if politicians and civil servants were available for us and we were all working together, then how would you imagine the ideal professional archaeology in 10 years, let's say, for instance, how would we paint that image? You know, we need that. Well, we talked with you about the thing that I like the best, because the future, I mean, there aren't many professions that can guess their future. It's meteorologists and demographers. They guess the future. Meteorologists do it with a two-day. They have 2 days to decide it, and sometimes they even mess up from time to time. And then demographers, they have different variables. So we have that capacity of imagining. The archaeologists have to imagine the past by using evidence and by using these remains. So you can actually guess what the past looked like. The future, I think that there are 3 things that we have to say about the future. The first one is what's desirable. And what's desirable is what we need to fight for. I mean, the fight has to go on. It has to be a trade unionist fight. Even we were talking about that. We need to have work conditions we have to fight for. What could be, and then, so what's desirable, what could be, and thirdly, since we don't know what the future will look like, there are new elements that will appear. You were telling us in 10 years, I don't know, there will be new elements that maybe have just appeared, but that we haven't digested yet. So what should be has a lot to do with our capacity of mobilizing and our capacity of being present, and not just. And we in Charter, we had a roadmap to actually achieve strategies to have a political impact, legal recognition, that's basic, participation in the drawing of public policies, that's also basic, the production of evidence and studies and data that in many cases do not exist, alliances with other sectors, and the last one would be, the last recipe that we had was professionalization somehow. That was basic in that sense. How do I imagine the future? Well, I think, well, my desire is for archaeology or other cultural professions, but since we're here talking about archaeology amongst archaeologists, I don't think I think it needs to be more professionalized. We cannot have young people, the ones I see in my courses, that have expectations that are, I mean, it's difficult. So professionalization, and we actually see that the numbers are going down. Less people are studying archaeology. In 27, 28, we had a boom there, and the degree of archaeology was very successful. And now it's going down, because since we see that no doors are opening up for them, then there's not so many people wanting to do it. Then I also imagine a more digital future. Obviously, the technology in the good sense of the world should also be a part of this. And we should be more interconnected with European networks and with a profession that is much more visible. And a fight demanding more rights, visibility, and stability, regulating a whole sort of things. I had more things here, but that I imagined as such, but how could it be? I mean, what's the possibility? Then I don't know what that could be. I think that it depends on how you wake up in the morning. You can see a brighter future or a darker future ahead of you. Now, if there are no demands, important demands, that the future can worsen or improve. I don't know, I'm an optimist. I have to say that I'm an optimist. And in that sense, I think that those main challenges and those main challenges have already been mentioned here. Eva has mentioned many from the legal standpoint, and the legal side of things is very important, and the economic part of things as well. The labor protection. Labor protection is sometimes scarce in many aspects. I have an archaeologist, a friend who was close to death because he fell from a scaffolding that didn't have the protection that it needed to have. So he didn't die, but it was a miracle. But my archaeologist friends tell me that their work conditions are not good, because there is a great part of what you do That is great. That has to do with hope and willingness, and that's very good, but it's also bad because it has its repercussions. So those are some of the risks, and I think we don't have time to talk about the risks, but I will just mention them, and it's the neoliberalism, far right, and technologies. Those are the three risks we face. Neoliberalism, because there will be cuts, because cultural professions will not be that interesting. And obviously, we are increasing our expenses in defense and social needs. So that's what the referendum said. If there is a referendum, I don't think that many people will fight and go down to the streets to fight for our professions. But we will talk about cutting pensions, we will talk about cutting budget in health and so on. Although they can't really, although reducing our budget is not going to improve the general budget in general because our budgets are quite low, but that is a risk. We are seeing that there's people with
El rol ideológico es importante también, y porque nosotros.
There are people there like Millet who are saying that they have to cut down on expenses. So I'm sure that there are some archaeologists who are from the far right, but in general, we have to understand that we have to fight against those chainsaws, and we have to have our critical spirit, and it's what Trump is doing, trying to control the discourse because they don't like the cultural discourse is dangerous. And then the technology, it can be good or bad. I'm not that negative. AI is calculated to eliminate lots of jobs. I actually read some ILO reports that said 40% of the professions will not exist in 10 years because they will be replaced by machines. I don't think that will happen with archaeologists, but I do think that part of the profession itself will be replaced by technologies, which is a part, and that could be positive, but that is going to happen in all professions with doctors as well. So entering data, I mean, I had a health problem not long ago, and my doctor put all of the information in the AI, and he got a diagnosis by crossing lots of studies that had been published. So new technologies can be good. We need to be prepared. We need to be prepared to control them so that they don't control us. And I think that training in that sense is basic, it's paramount, and it requires a constant learning. We need to adapt, and that happens in archaeology, but it happens everywhere. For instance, university professors as well. If I use AI, it's going to write a thesis and it's going to prepare a whole class for me. So we have to control it. There are things that are positive, but then there is a risk of dehumanizing society or humanizing technology. All technologies are critical at the beginning. Socrates already said that writing was an evil because it would not allow for people to work on their memory. Socrates never wrote anything. It was his disciples who wrote down things. But then it has happened. So we need to know how to control it, and we need to understand the risks. Machines will be doing some activities, but I do not see a machine doing a dig. But yeah, I do imagine a machine doing a dig, said Eva. So, well, yes, obviously. Maybe that is maybe it's because it's very late, but it might be that the most manual parts will not be replaced because the machines cannot do that, but the most intellectual parts can be actually replaced, and the most repetitive ones. So we don't have the time to talk about it, but I do think that we have to be vigilant. So the future is very difficult to predict. Very difficult because there are lots of variables that are part of this game, and I don't know what will happen tomorrow. 5 years ago, we didn't know what AI was, and now we all have used it, I'm sure. So, and you in the world of law as well, I am the spokesperson of IA, Respect Culture, who have a manifesto that has been signed by many organizations in Spain, and I was in the Senate before the summer talking about the risk of AI and the impact that it has, because I think that we always talk about artificial intelligence, but we need to differentiate between artificial intelligence, the one that we know, and then the generative one, which is the one that is capable of creating text, images, and so on, that is going to completely replace many of the work that is being carried out in the cultural arena. So I don't know how AI is being introduced in your day-to-day, but if you think that AI is a risk for your work, I invite you to being part of our platform, to adhere to our manifesto. Now, answering to your question, I do not think that it is for me to say what archaeology will look like in 10 years. I could have a vision of what I would like the administrations to do when dealing with archaeologists, or a vision of the things that you could do. And since I'm a woman of action, then in that future federation that you probably will create, then when you think about, the vision you have it in your manifesto, and you have a clear vision. So now you need to establish the lines for that federation to work on. And it's important for you to consider those sectors in society where you need to have an impact. So with regards to social recognition, it's not just important for the administrations, public administrations, to know what it is that you do, to understand you and classify you correctly. It's also important for the society to know how useful your work is. For instance, I today, just during the half hour that I've been here, listening to the case of this German archaeologist, who was so fantastic in the way he explained it, because that happens very often in Spain, because we have archaeological remains here or there. We always talk about archaeology as the obstacle. Well, yes, we'll see what comes out of this dig. Let's hope nothing comes out. And it's always afterwards. So we decide to do things here, and then we'll see what we find. But this vision was different. So we know that there could be things along this way. Let's try to go this other way. So I thought that was very interesting. Just letting people know that job that you do to people who have nothing to do with archaeology, like it is my case. And when I was young, I actually went to work camp, and I was getting things out of a potato field, and I was getting old arrows and things like that. It was one of those international work camps, yes. So with regards to society, you have to promote and communicate and disseminate information of your job. And now with social networks, you have a fantastic network to do a fantastic tool, to do it. And if you work together with companies that are specialized in communication and marketing and so on, who know how to transfer those examples, those concrete examples, with clear images of what it is that you do, that fantastic work that you do, I think that's very important. Very often in the cultural sector, we forget about that. In the cultural sector, we focus on the advocacy and political impact and the dialogue with public administrations, but we forget about the society. And when you say, who's going to defend us? Well, they will come and defend us if they know what it is that we do, if they recognize the importance that we have. So, for instance, during the pandemic, we clearly saw the essential role that culture has in our society. And suddenly everyone remembered that culture existed. And that's what reminded us of the fact that we were still human at a horrible point in our time, in our history. So that role and that work that you have to do with society, and not so much politicians and public institutions, is something that needs to be done all over the EU if you start working there, and obviously without forgetting the political impact or lobbying. Now, audiovisual materials that are much more attractive, that are more emotional, that touch on that understanding of what it is that you're. I used to be a teacher, but I'm no longer teaching that master's. It was on scientific illustration, and I had fine arts students with medicine students, biology students, but also archaeology. And the illustration is a fantastic way of adding value to your job, of showing the value that your job has. So maybe you should also have alliances with other sectors within the cultural sector that can go hand in hand with you, so that they can show how important it is to preserve our cultural heritage. And if we take into account the fact that artists and today's creators and authors are the ones who are creating the current cultural heritage, which will be the heritage that we'll preserve in the future, then you also have to create alliances with artist communities. So artists are doing lots of interventions in museums. Well, you should maybe invite creators, artists, so that they show how valuable your sites are, your archaeological projects are, so that they can give them another look. I mean, they can look into it in a different way, and that will add value in the society. So creating alliances and connections with society, with the communities where your sites are and your projects are, with the cultural sector, and to keep on working, having a political impact, always knowing what it is that you need, and having info, having data, because that's very important, as Xavier was saying, and I've clearly seen that during the negotiations. You have to have reports with numbers, with clear figures that explain how many there are of you, how many of you are freelancers, how many are working for companies, how much you get paid on a yearly basis, what is your tranche. So knowing what your situation is with reliable data, because when making decisions and when approving measures and when making calculations, that is needed, because although you might think it's a lie or you might not believe it due to these classification methods that they do not have that information. They don't know, because you are in different drawers and they don't know. And they say, who are the archaeologists? How many are there? How does this affect them? So that information is important. Is very important. And then you also need to know how to articulate exactly what it is that you need from the point of view of archaeology, and what measures that have to be made from cultural policies, fiscal policies, labor policies you need more specifically. Because, for instance, every time the Royal Decree 1435 is approved, that talks about special labor regulation for artists in the audiovisual, musical, and scenic arts. They say the artist statute has been approved, and that Royal Decree was so important, because when there was a reform of the statute for workers, temporary contracts disappear. It was only for very specific cases, and the whole sector of the AV, the scenes and musical scenes said, but how are you going to eliminate those temporary contracts when our shows, our productions are limited in time? But then plastics and cultural management, nobody said anything, and I was surprised, because I was one of the few who actually put that on the table, and I thought, no one is going to say anything about this, when there are lots of cultural projects that are not are not audiovisual or not music, etc., that have exactly the same characteristics, and there are projects that are linked to subsidies that have that seasonality to them. So that could also be one of the demands that you could have at the national level. And also very important, we are currently considering at the EU whether it is important or not to have a general framework of the artist statute and the cultural workers. So if you have a federation, you can have a voice when this is being negotiated at the commission level or the parliament level, and they could hear you out. So if no one is there, and actually you have to register in the lobbies registry of the European Commission. If you don't have a legal entity to do so, you will not be able to lobby. So that would be, as a summary, my vision of what would be the possible action lines that you could have in that future federation, European Federation for Archaeologists.
Ángel se tiraría aquí.
Angel will stay here talking all day long, but we have to leave. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure whether the chairwomen would like to say anything. No, just good luck.
Mira,
Well, you've seen me. I was here and there, everywhere. There's Monse, Ernesto. We are the co-chair people of PEPA, but we only co-chair people. PEPA is a team. Many people have worked. Many of you here have worked on it. Many people who are not here have worked on it. I want everyone to work on it because this ended a 1-year project, but it's just the first step, and we have to continue moving forward. So let's go to the next one, and let's hope we get an active salary by the ministry. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
Nos faltan 4.
4 headsets are missing. Please do remember to give the headsets back. Thank you. And we're going to go for lunch upstairs. And those people that were with Peppa, do not